Morning, everybody. How you all doing? Or one or two of you. Have a read of this disclaimer. A lot of words there. There it is. Let's get ready. It's Monday. BTRX has been on the scanner this morning. ATRA. Nice little pre-market short. All right, and there it was. ATRA. Nothing on the pre-market money float at the moment. Let's put the parabolic up there. So, yeah, ATRA this morning. Drew some levels in. Spiked up to benchmark 2 on the small time frame. There is another leg if it wanted to go, but for the 2 minute and this pre-market session, that is done. Good morning, Hanish. How are you doing? Thanks for coming back. Hope you had a good weekend. So that is ATRA. Now, at the moment, looks like, you know, my bog standard really is when I'm hitting that benchmark 2, and that was the 2 minute in pre-market, and we pulled a level in here, changed the res a little bit, but yeah, thereabouts. We just kind of missed that one up there. Wasn't perfect, a little bit more of a push in there, but we got short on 134 where we pulled back to this. So like the sellers were holding on the way down. That's the way I usually play it until we come into the low of the post-market trading to the higher pre-market trading, and that's where we're kind of resting, with this being the liquidity machine switch on at 8 o'clock, which as usual bounced beneath the 2. That's not unusual to see that. Give me a shout out of any tickers that you've got that you want me to look at, that you're thinking of at the moment, and I will take a look, see what LiquiVision is saying on it. For the minute, what else we've got? BTRX. That's not a new one, is it? And that was on did we have it on yesterday? I think I had that on Friday. BTRX, yeah, 280. So that's got its of wrong colors, but you know what I mean. It's BTRX was expected up at this level. There was 2, I recall. And yeah, so we kind of hit 1 on Friday, and the second one was sitting up here at 4, spiked above it, but yeah, the pre-market has done its kind of thing again. Less of an opportunity here to get in short, I feel, other than the benchmark itself. I wouldn't have got the nice play that I like. So either this first one this morning, so it'd have been this one here, which we didn't kind of get out of and confirm below the stair steppers, and the second one was kind of here. It didn't really kind of what you follow it down. Like I say, you can't really get into that when the liquidity switches on at that time at 8 o'clock. So yeah, it is there. I'm going to draw it in, but it's not fantastic. It wasn't great for an entry. I wouldn't have caught anything on that, unfortunately. So where did it go to? Let's check where it was going to, because we want to know where that kind of hidden liquidity pool is this morning for the open, because this is on the scanners, right? It's the number one on my top gainers at the moment. There are others, but I don't know why I'm not getting that pre-market liquidity flow in. Let me check this. Yeah, real time. I don't know. There's not a lot I can do about that. I'll have a look. So BTRX is the biggest one. It's had many call outs today. ADVM, CMND. Okay, so that's on what's being driven in pre-market, not just the top gainers. The top gainers, I've got BTRX, GRDI. Oh, there you go. You'll be looking at GRDI. You missed your entry. You take a little of this morning to get started the week. Okay, let's have a look at GRDI. Let's just draw this in on BRTX. So BRTX, got two things going on. We've done two little benchmarks. Okay, so we're clearly in the closing kind of liquidity pool that's expected. Again, acknowledged by that liquidity switch on. Just love that confirmation when it comes in at 1 o'clock to say, yeah, you're right. That's what's happening at the moment. And then we're following this along right now to see what happens at the open. I mean, even if you went to these such aggressive swings as that liquidity gets turned on, as it slows down, price normalizes and you get back to your pre-market price action. And we're just kind of following this up to the most recent highs, which means we should have a pull around here. So that doesn't mean anything magical. What it just means right now is this price has to hold if we're going to test either this level up here, or more likely, you know, we'll drag it down a bit because it's moved as it's come down. Let's bring it over here. And we'll bring that across. So what could happen if this remains the benchmark 2 and we don't push for anything higher? This is going to be the high of the day. Therefore, the hidden liquidity pool should be sitting here around 4. I'm going to say 410, 440. The smaller version of this is 314, but there is a wider one down at 290. But generally, if this most recent one holds and we curl out of it, then we'd be looking for a potential long trade up to 4. Let's bring that one down because we are looking at that. And what I say yesterday, I've got a note here. What does this note say? This note says IMBS and CMAX, look out for a supernova next week. That's only a possibility because I do believe they hit their benchmarks. I just think they had a bigger kind of play, and they were also reverse splits, I believe. So we'll take a look at those. But for the moment, let's have a look at GRD. Taquito, how you doing, mate? Y10 for Taquito. You missed a bunch of entries this morning, being too distracted with other stuff. Yeah, that's fair enough, mate. All right, GRDA and Y10. All right, let me have a look. Let me flick this over. GRDA, GRDI, sorry, and Y10. So quick look. What's the news on this? Anything decent? Top pre-market gainers 6 days ago. News infrastructure Inc. No under GRDI. Sweet. Let's have a look on the daily. IPO? Possibly an IPO. It's not. So 60 cents off its low from its close. Ooh, when did it do that? Didn't check for split. I want to say any splits on this? Not already, surely. 30 minutes. So when? Oh, okay. Well, it's just got an IPO. 2 minutes. Okay. So we're taking what? 240. $240. also 240, huh? Okay, so so going from the lows, we have a liquidity pool sitting right here. Yeah, I didn't have a look. There's a couple. I liked MINM and IBRS on Friday. IMBS on Friday. IMBS. I don't know if Wilson's on yet, but he like it was holding a buy side liquidity pool when I left. And Wilson was asking me about whether or not there was a good long on, and there was a good long on if it broke above that sell side liquidity pool, which it did. So yeah, I'm thinking, let me just check those scanners out a second here. What have you got that's really popping then, that's busy? Keto. I mean, I can see GRDI's on there, BRTX, SQQQ is obviously an ETF. Chia. Let's just change the color of these guys here. We're kind of in that kind of I've got these wrong. Let's bring this back to my chart a second. Somewhere there thereabouts here. So it's broken out of that first manipulation zone. We've got a gap here. This is actually here and here. We have a couple of levels. Just throw that in. That'll be 380-ish, something like that. But let's have a look at that. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It's definitely got some room, right? It's poked out of there. What's the... Did we get anything on the parabolic? RBSN's been on there. BTRX, check this. Yep. Let's see what if I've got any institutional holdings on this. I can't see that we have. Let's have a quick look here. Wow, geez, it's got 66% held by insiders. I'd prefer this if it was below $1 and had a reason to get, to stay in the Nasdaq, to be honest. Yeah, that's all I've got on this. There is upside potential for this. I don't know what the driver really is, but it certainly has popped. It's up there. Yeah, it's done some decent volume, right? BTRX 5 million, 4 million on GRDI. Chia. Yeah, sometimes when they... Oh, yeah, no, it did really come and go, didn't it? 4s to 16s. What was that on? Not a lot again. Bit messy Chia. I'm not liking Chia. The only thing I can take on Chia would be looking at kind of FDMT. I don't know about this. Yeah, 18. Bogey level sitting in the middle there for yeah, we didn't. So yeah, so that she has completed a benchmark 1, and pre-market, the question is, can it hold? Oh, it's a little bit further down. Let me just jump onto the 5 or 2 minutes, see if I can't get a better level. That's a bit better. So I think, given the larger time frame, wanted this a little bit lower, that we could go to the bottom of this pool, which would be a retouch of the manipulation zone, but that's the buy pool. And the sell pool. So again, this is where we kind of rely on that market movement. I'm just checking I've got this switched on. Make sure we're market ready. We have about 12 minutes to go. Yep. I'm not getting anything called out though. Let me just check my volume on here. Yeah, it's on. So we can have a retest of benchmark 1 with a sell side liquidity pool. We're currently in the buy side liquidity pool. Do we? You see, I've got to find out if these have got institutional. Again, this has got inside. I just need to add. I need to update this and get my institutional ownership on this scan. Summary. Search. Summary columns. Let's add in institutional. Add filter columns. Put that over there so I can see it immediately. Thank you. 24%. Okay, my one's telling me 32, but never mind. That's all right. So long as it's got some institutional ownership, that's fine by me. That means these levels should be good. But do you notice the thing I find weird on this is you didn't get the machine switch on at 8 o'clock. Do you know what I mean? You look at this. Let's just add this. You see what I mean? I like to see these. I mean, I know they're an absolute pain if you're trading pre-market, but Chia's got absolutely no evidence of a liquidity switch on. At like whatsoever. This candle here. What time did they put SSR on? 15. 10%. About 8:30, something like that, I guess. In any case, right, it's got the institutional. Again, it's not really one of my plays. Yeah, 409. That would work. That'll work. So what I like to see is like consistent down movement. Yeah, I just like it to be, yeah, it's coming down really, really badly, got hammered. Then it comes across and then it does a little bit of this. And then, you know, it has a volume day that kicks in, but then rests for a little bit and then hits the scanners. And that's what I like to see. This is kind of, I don't know, just sitting. It was just sitting there, wasn't it? 10 or 11 for ages. And then it's like, boom, all the way down to 5. And then we've just spiked up to 15 on not a lot that I can see. So it's not my ideal play for this setup because the prerequisites are not in place. The fact it's on the scanner, we can have a look at it. But we will be obviously then left down to the fact that, you know, the prerequisites are not there for me, but we can keep it on watch and see if these level holds, because you could get a short on here from 14 ish, only from 13.50, 14, 15 back down here to 10. So that would be a nice $5, wouldn't it? Or if we break close above, we can be going from 15 to 20 for an 80% chance of reversal at this level at 19 to come back down probably to about 13. So we'll keep that on. What was the other one here? Someone mentioned FDMT. FDMT daily. What we got? Any splits? No splits. So this has already done its thing. I'm guessing it's close to done. Yeah, I'm guessing it's close to done. Right, so that's its benchmark. We got 16, 17. So it's touching the backside of its benchmark. 1. It has hit benchmark 2. And if we're looking from liquidity point of view, they should align. Yeah. So there's a liquidity pool between the two. I won't bother drawing it in. There's a liquidity pool across here that we should have touched the top of, given we've hit benchmark 2. So, but we are talking the whole month of pullback here. So I was thinking I was on the 2 minute, I was on the daily. Right, so that's it from the daily perspective. That's the level that should hold. Else, you're coming all the way down here. So if this was like a massive position play for me, massive swing trade, I would be doing the same as if I was on a 2 minute chart and selling liquidity pool pullback to benchmark 2 up there, and I would be targeting down here at 14, but the backside double bottom into benchmark 2 would make me think, oh well, we can do this again before we do that. Pre-market on this, above everything, so it's gone again. So that's 80. So again, I don't repeat that kind of math down there. Bring that into where we was. I'd use the same formula. Where's the lowest low? Right, so here. I'd just drag that and pop that on the bottom there, right? So we're actually, so see how here, and then we've run up into that. Again, and we have spiked above. So this stock has gone from basically basing out at 10 to 30 and is in the 20% rule. So this, I mean, given this is a daily level, you can't argue that that didn't hold, right? The 80% rule kind of worked there, 21 down to 16. But what has happened is the backside of that benchmark has worked, and it's now broken highs of benchmark 2, which means it's a 20% player, which means it can do multiple of these benchmarks. This may not hold it today. It might keep doing the same pattern because you would simply just lift it every low that it makes off this high, which would currently be there. So if it started to blast through now to 32, 34, targeting, well, yeah, I'd be targeting 40, but some resistance at 34, 35. So that's FDMT. They're all odd. They've been all textbook for me. This is not really textbook because this move is kind of one and done. It's not just a pop that I like to play 2-minute wise. If I, although actually, let's have a look. If I do cut this level, boom, 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 boom. Oh, yeah. So small time frames come into play. That's why we've spiked into that and stopped. Let's come down to the 2 minutes. See what we've done just this morning. No, nothing there. Too big gap. So that's the 30-minute play. So I mean, you don't have to draw it in. It's higher day. There's a small time frame benchmark. The daily benchmarks are all drawn in. The smaller benchmark is higher day. Question now is, are we going to hold? Right, so that's pretty much done because it's taken all 3 areas of liquidity out. And what we're talking about now is simply you have 2 minutes till the open here. Get this one drawn in. So the smallest time frame we're looking at here, that I look at really on analysis until we get involved in the trades, is the 2 minute. So we have to break this level. There's a higher probability of a spike up. If we do, doesn't necessarily mean anything because we're a second benchmark 2, so we could spike up and drop off down to 22. But this is the thing that holds it. If we start to break underneath this area here at 29, saying that this is holding on the open, then I would think rather 23 for a pullback. But if you can hold this benchmark 2 and close above, that's what I'm doing on FDMT. So big money for me on that one, on a small cap. Yeah, on a small cap play, that's big. What else is popping off? We're not getting a lot going on. BRT. Let's have a look at MINM. We're going to go to the open very, very shortly as we speak now. I do believe we've just hit. There we go. Here we go. Let's hear this lot. So M&IM. That's from Friday. Literally played that through, didn't it? Okay, BRTX. BRTX on the shout. Okay, trying to work itself out of here. Chia is also trying to work its way out of the buy pool right now. GRDI still there. Y10. Not hearing Y10. And trade ideas dumps. Trade ideas dumps at the open. Thank you. Let's load it all up again. Jesus, man. Link you sent me in private. Not seeing. 1 sec. Where's this got to stop? Okay. There's Y10. It's got to get through that. It's going to test that at the moment. ADVM. I'll take a look. Okay, it's trying to push. $63.45, $63.45 to 40. Bogey level in the middle, all right. Very close to the bogey level. Y10 holding its top side of the liquidity at the moment. Let's work that on the watch. Y10 add on the watch. Yeah, so BRTX pushing out. Looks like that wants to go retest 4 or 420. However, it's pre-market level. Yeah, could do that. Could do fours. Could do fours. Be looking at the 1 minute, see if we can't get something on that. It's currently pulled back to 340. Anis, what did you call it? ADVM. So we're heading down here. What's CMAX doing? I want to look at CMAX and IMBS. Make sure that they've got no volume today. They are a play that I'm keeping my eye on. Oh, look at that. Bring this across. Straight in that liquidity pool and out. Keep an eye on IMBS. Keep an eye on IMBS. ADVM. What's to look at? ADVM. Fun waking up as well to keto. Okay. Right, so this has been ongoing. And may well be over. That's its 2 hour. Did it recognize benchmark 1? Yeah, pretty much. Do I like that down there? It could have more on it. It could have more on that. That's the bigger swing. Where did it come back into? Okay, still bench stress. Still 190 is going to cause problems for this guy. Yeah, nice. ADVM 190 should cause problem. Bogey level sits right in the middle as of, you know, the last quarter, so can't ignore that. So ADVM, I'll be looking at. My volume's a little low. Sorry, is that because I'm not talking into the mic and looking over to the right, or is it because my volume's low? I can squeak this up a little bit. I use, to be honest, so stocks trade the pool. Stocks is trade the pool, and futures I use at the moment. I'm using Top Step, and I'm trialing their Top Step X platform as well at the moment. Let me know if that volume's any better. I did turn it down earlier actually because I thought I was getting a little bit of distortion. ADVM is one that we've already marked up. Yeah, sorry, just marked up. It's close. I'm now looking at. So this is again a longer play, right? This is a massive swing trade. This isn't one of them 2 minutes that I like to go, yeah, we're popping today, or I'm expecting the pop. It's on the watch and it's gone. This is one that's been working out this year, and is very, very, very close to dropping, I think, to be having its first red day if it hasn't already. Yeah, this could well be. We'll see. So all we can do at the moment is take its volume from the pre-market, run it over to its high of live, and say that's where we've got to be careful that it doesn't rest there this morning and go off for another run at 190. It double topped. If I'm looking to play this now, I'm coming from here, and this level has to hold. You're currently on a retail buy level, right? That's what's going to cause this volume to come in here. I don't know whether it'll be enough, but ADVM, just get this on the watch list over here, ADVM. That's in play, ADVM. So I'm conscious of this closing here at 175, because that would entice those buyers to come in retail. Yeah, we've got a liquidity pool there, so they could get stopped out straight away by a run down to 151. All right, BRTX. Okay, so this looks like it definitely wants to go right now. Okay, right, so that's the smallest liquidity pool there that's just failed to the upside. Does not mean it's done. It just means it didn't make that attempt. So it's going to go back down for another look at the most recent pool here, right? So that's what it's doing right now. So it had to come back for some more liquidity if it's going to break that 350, 360. Now, if it does break 350, 360, I do expect 4 pretty quickly. All right, so that's what I'm expecting. If we break this pool here, we're no longer obviously the buyers are no longer in control of that, and that will be down to retail at that point. So trying to work our way out of this, the same pool again. I wonder. You got room on this GRDR down here, eh? You got room on this? There's definitely room on GRDI. Definitely room on GRDI. It has to get through here if it doesn't need to go back and get any liquidity. And remember, the things I like about this is stocks that don't need to go back for that. Oops, need to keep that where it was. Stocks that don't need to go back for that liquidity pool that's sitting there. So they're the indications. Yeah, I like Trade the Port. It's you have to adhere to their risk, but it's very, very good discipline. It's very good discipline. But yeah, as a company, yeah, totally legit. Really liking what they're doing. So see, like literally a couple of years back, I'd type in a ticker on small cap markets and it wouldn't be there, just wouldn't be supported. But now, literally, that happens very, very, very rarely. Do I type into a ticker now? They've really been piling on, the tickers there, so that small caps can get involved. Okay, so we've just broken ADVM, and let's say this was around 168 on the bogey level, which we've been sitting on. We've broke it backside. Obviously, this is also, just remember, retail shorts are always going to love that attempt at the new high. and the failure. So we'll watch out for a death candle down to here kind of thing. But ultimately, you have not put in a 190, which is the area I would like to sell at, ideally. A nice little push up. GRDI taking some money at the moment. There you go. Okay, so GRDI has just gone to the liquidity pool of the pre-market. Okay, so we've broken that first one. So buyers held. There'll be another one sitting right here. Question is whether they need to come get it. Now would be a good time if they need to come and get this. If they don't, let's have a look on the 30-minute. So if we don't, this has got room, right? This has got room. We're in it. This is early. This could be the first day pop for DRI, or it could do it in one day. Where's the 2-minute? Did I pull 2-minute? So the pre-market one's down here. Yeah, so pinpoint pre-market played out. That's job done for pre-market, that level 323. It just happens to be the first level of the higher time frame one that could push up to the 4s. So only the money flow is going to tell us this as it comes in. Does it keep consistent, and do the buy levels keep holding? Remember, it doesn't have to be one massive push instantly, but it can be. Quick look at Y10. Spiked above that level. Still got 62 sitting up there. That is sell, not buy side. That's sell side. Apologies for that. FDMT. Pushing up to its... Yeah, so it can go again. Up there at 32. There's something on the 2-minute that we can go with. It's not great. It's not great. Don't know if anyone's interested in this. It's a bit messy here. There's one up there. Oh my God, it's terrible. So it's in its own benchmark, right? So ignoring everything else because it's just kind of nicked out to benchmark 2s. And like I said, once it starts doing that, it can just go. But at the minute, we've got a benchmark number 1 here that's based on this morning's pre-market and only this morning's pre-market, not looking back anything further. So like I said, that's a long play that's been going on for quite a while. All right, now everything's quietened down. Let's have a look at what is going on. Chia did not make it up to its liquidity pool. It has taken out the downside now. It's taken all 3 levels of this liquidity at this point. And now we looked at this is the very lowest. If it's going to run back up and start something else today, it needs to do it from this level. Else it would be literally back in the manipulation zone, and we'd have to wait for a breakout of that if it's going to come back into play. BTRX also playing out, so it has come into this level. So our sell side held there. Look at this on a 1-minute now. Our sell side held there, and we are now, and we've taken all 3. So remember when I said, do we need to come back and get it? Yes, we did need to come back and get it. All 3 levels of liquidity. Now, is that because it can come back and do another run to 380? Pre-market really did slam off from 460 to 350. Acknowledge these levels on the switch on. Are early shorts going to cover at this point? What's the downside? Plenty. Okay, so I'd love another push up here. Let's take that back to where it was. I just want to drag it across. Yeah, so BTRX, that comes back on the tape. I think we've got a nice little long there to 4. BTRX. Actually, thank you. BRTX, there you go. So BRTX money flow coming in now. Add BRTX, let's have a look. What's the spread on BRTX? We've got 335. Oh, that's nice. Nothing. Yeah, I kind of stop at 322 or 310. Kind of 2 levels down here. We did take this one out, so that's really negated. We're taking both out in full. 334. Chia. Yeah, okay, so just held on, didn't it? Right, just held on, took that little mark back. So Chia could be a dip buy as well to 13, 9 to 13. That would be nice. BRTX is following whose camp? That's on the momentum scanner camp. So BRTX, Chia are both forming the same kind of dip buy. ADVM, nice new high of day over and a bunch of that benchmark. Again, it's acknowledged that benchmark and pushed back. So let's have a look at the most recent swing here on the 1 minute. Yeah, because sometimes it's just so Chia's pushing. Right, okay, so there you have it. Just taking its pre-market again, and this is why when things reach new highs, you know, as we're seeing across the index at the moment, when things reach new highs, it's like no one's got a level to play because most people look left and bring a level across, but that's not how it kind of works. There's always something that you can use in order to have an idea of what's going on. So right now we're going to switch from that higher time frame. We're going to go drop right down to, okay, so it's getting money flow right at the liquidity at the bottom. BTRX, thinking about it, it tried, but we want to be playing the right stock today. So ADVM, it's in its benchmark 1, which is just sitting above. If it wants to go some more, it's 260 on there. All we will do, right, this guy. And again, notice this didn't need to come back to 150 before pushing. That's always, you know, a sign of this could get more aggressive because it didn't tap in. So there was one play down here, and again, it's done it here. ADVM had a level down here, ignored it. For the time being, it's still a live level. The most actually, I'm going to pull that up there because that's the most recent. No, sorry, it's not the most recent. It's the macro version of this. This is the most recent. Okay. They're right here, right now. So they're the buy levels. RVSM back on the tape again. Camp's pushing again. Okay. So there's a daily level above here on ADVM at 260. It's fouled the most recent buy pull now. I've possibly back to here unless this does start to hold. We've got the backside of this benchmark 2, all a big, could be a big treacle level coming on here for price to get through. Depends how aggressive it wants to be. It did ignore this one. Quick look at camp just to see we're not missing something huge. Okay, where's camp looking for? Camp's looking for 430 ideally if it needs it. What has it done before? Okay. All right. Let's say camp's got a little bit of... Okay, camp's a reverse split, right? 1 for 23 on camp. I'm going to draw in the smaller swing down here. There's a bigger one, but again, it is messy. So it's in benchmark 1. What's this? 560 something. Give me that again. There goes BRTX. I'm going to go 580. 580, 480. So that was there. And you got one up there at 480. Well, that's out camp. The camp has got more legs on it, but where has it got a hold? It's already been down there, so that's broken. There goes cheer again. Is that buy? So BRTX being called out of those liquidity pools. So that's camp. I don't know that I care for it, but that is camp. Camp could be good for 440. And then see what we've got on 550. BRTX. Another attempt out of this zone, right? So it's still got that money coming in at this pool, but it is negated. So now it's a question of, have we got a reason for BRTX to hit the tape and bust this guy? There's a bigger pool sitting up here. There it comes, cheer. Yeah, cheer's still working its way. So they're not going to be rockets, but it could be a slow grind up out of these levels to their higher levels. They're almost a mirror of each other. ADVM in its benchmark broke this one. This is negated. It's, for me, I'm just going to put a little alert up here. One above at 260. Yeah. So shorts coming in. They love this bar. They are looking to get paid down to 170s, or that would be an idea of a good area to get paid down to 170s. A push that's broken the 3 pushes on pre-market on Y10. I think I still have my money on this breaking up to 62. FDMT pushing into that benchmark there. There's another one above. That's just based on this morning's price action. GRDI bouncing between. So it reached into that high pool. This one is obviously now negated. There'll be a new one for this. It does look like it's a morning of dip buys at this point. What's above here? Oops, didn't let go of it. That's a sell pull. Bit of trade on 70 here at the moment. Bigger liquidity pool sitting behind there, but it's on a bigger time frame. It's got 4 and 6 written on it, right? So GRDI is coming out of its. So now we can add that to BRTX and Chia, all doing the same thing, looking long at this point in time, and looking for, and the same as Camp actually. Camp, Chia, BRTX, GRDI, all doing the same thing. ADVM looks like at this point the short could be on until 170. So question is, anyone looking for an all-day fade on this, will they get it, or will it go up to 255 today? So there could be a nice little long down here at 170s. It could be a short down here at 205. That would have to be a really tight stop there, because if it does break, chances are it's going to want to see 260. Y10 just looks at that, didn't I? 3 pushes, it's broken that liquidity pool. It's holding, it's holding. Hold on a minute, I haven't drawn any of these in for us. This one held to level 1, right? It didn't need level 2, just held level 1. Camp pushing. This is just keep on going, isn't it? Whoops. So that took 2 levels, or did it take 3? No, it took 3. And this one now fulfilling its 3rd attempt. Now, if this pattern on Y10 is going to continue, surely 61. There will always be something in its way, which is why we always feel the pain when we get in these trades. So there we are with Y10. So that was it for ATRA this morning. And that short 134 still playing out. There would be another one. Whoops. If I was shorting that, I'd be looking for 95, 87. Okay. CMAX, what was I keeping an eye on that? Yeah, still low liquidity. IMBS still doing its thing. I'm keeping an eye on them at the closes now, really. Camp not yet looking for its pullback. Oof. Okay, so there's our answer right now on BRTX. So see the bigger liquidity pull round here? It's going for that and just touched the backside of the previous benchmark. What's it got to the downside here? Loads. Absolutely loads. So that's the last move swing. Actually, did I take it from post-market low? Okay, so the post-market low is a little one. This one's a little fatter. Either way, they're pretty much the same. Overarching macro. we'll end up with the liquidity pool sitting. Oops. It's not far away itself, really. It is. So short's kind of feeling like they've got paid instantly here. If I can see BRTX coming with some money flow. So so it's not right from the open. Do you get me? It's not right from the open, but sometimes this push down, as you know, it would have taken a lot of buyers out of this stock. So all the early dip buyers are out of this stock now. That's tight. Above these stair steppers, BRTX could be on for a better execution of a run up. ADVM, like I'm saying, I think the better buyers down there at 176 if it's not done for the day, but if it's proving short, then I'd rather trace this down for a backside sell. GRDI, yeah, it's making its 250, looking for its 270. And Chia, did it go with BRTX? Because it was literally doing the same thing as BRTX. Whoops. So yeah, it tried to move out of that pool. It's come back over the past 10, more than that, past 30 minutes. There's a little level down there. It's new. This is the negated level. It's taken all that liquidity out. This is the new one if it wants it. If it wants it. Yeah, so Chia could be the, again, like when it takes out the bottom of that low, if this can hold now, we could see a slower push up to 13. It's gone a bit quiet on the market here. I ignored your RVSN. Let me go to RVSN. BRTX. There you go. So, like I said, the key to some of these, too quick for me on this one, unfortunately. I would still be taking this low level here that's just taken at 291. But clearly there was a trade between 26 there on the foul of that pull. Yeah, I'm not convinced BRTX is over necessarily for the day. I do think it's heading down with two stack pulls, but my entry's up here, right? Unfortunately, that is the one I like. But you could argue this would probably have been the better shout today. But it's Chia doing the same. No longer mirroring each other, but it is coming down. ADBM, sorry, RBSM you said. Go forever this one, right? So, one set, two sets of benchmarks, without having to roll that all out again. Let's see if that buy side held. Yep. So a little double dip into that buy side liquidity pool where it's poked out of now. Going to be looking that's going to be looking up there for the 1922 on the bigger time frame. What's it doing today? Messy from the bottom. Very messy from the bottom. So it's it's working through these levels here now, out of that manipulation zone, working through 1, nearly at 2, 16. Could have 16 on it. Just pull each of these levels as they come across. That one held. This one has not yet. Again, you've broken. Wonder if no real short sellers here on this one. Not surprising, given the front side. Okay. Got this up here. The camp again. There you go. There's the indication. Didn't need to come and get in. It's looking for 430. Didn't need it. Didn't get it. The only way you could be playing this one is off the lows, where it's going for a benchmark number 1. So benchmark, same as the liquidity pool up. There's confluence on that, so we can expect that to attempt to hit 430, 440 area. Another one sitting up there, but doesn't mean you haven't got a short from 430 to 340 today before it does. Let's see what we get up here. See. It's a spread on camp. So 5 cents. Just jump in up and down. Right, okay, there's 430. See if we can, where we are, acknowledging that right now, down by 15 cents. So that initial pull's been touched. Very, very close to that benchmark number 1 on that. Myra, M-I-R-A. Oh no, M-I-R-A. So we can get another harder push in there. Harder push in there. Let's go for the benchmark there now. See if we are going to take. Can't hear it. Can't hear it on the tape now. I can't hear that on the tape now. Oh, there it is. No, there it is. Start a little teaser on that. I don't like, obviously, taking the starter so aggressively at these levels. I like to wait for the buy liquidity to hold, but sometimes they just come straight off, don't they? So I'll just follow this down. Bearing in mind, I know I have a level above here, right? At 570, let's say, first target. So didn't break the stair steppers. Stair steppers can hold. Just had a little starter just to see. You never know. But right now, as we move this liquidity down, yeah, it's just coming down with it. It just comes down with it. It's a little bit tighter there. Currently 426. The 426 could be a nice add and reject, and then a really tight stop up there at 440. I don't really care for a double top at this level. This is going to work. It's going to pay out. I've got liquidity up here at 460. But ultimately, let's see what we can get here. What's everybody else doing? Chia, any good? If it doesn't come back for this level and it starts calling out, BRTX really went down there now. Is that just fading? Yeah. Okay, so it's gone to that next pool, right? It's gone to that next pool. And so now we're going to check where those pre-market highs are, right? Because they would have put spread up there. I'm going to check that spread out and see if we get benchmark. Benchmark is low at 240. Let me just see if we got that. Where's the close? I want the close of this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so 274 would be the top of that liquidity pool, and the benchmark to the downside. It's just hitting it now. Camp money flow. Right. Does it want... Right, so 420, 425 can hold. This is massively front side still for today. But if it can hold or it doesn't want it, I'm interested in right now. As opposed to any higher, I'll just cut my short because I can't write off 580 right now on this. Okay. Some really nice volume there. BRTX coming off that level or not? Or just tank? No, it's coming off that first liquidity pool in this major level. Okay. So this didn't do much for us with this play. But BRTX, is it now looking for fours? Is it now looking for fours? We have to be aware of the most recent swing down, because we could just be pushing for more shorts. There's going to be a setup here probably as well for retail on the short side. BRTX 283. Little start on BRTX. I'm not sure it's a great idea. I think it's going to come down further, but we will see. What we do know is anyone that was longing, as we was looking this, right, this level, anyone that's kind of drawing trend lines, all that sort of thing, just got busted off of this low. It's a really harsh push. It's a nasty push to sit through that. Obviously, we know that we're sitting down here at 269 with a level 1 liquidity. We also know we've got 242 and 210, but at the minute, taking a long position on this one at 292. Camp pushing. I've got a camp on. 1 second. Camp. So camp's got to be trying to push that level. Yep, there it is. So it's rejected off that level right now. So this is it. If it can break this level, I'd like to see 350. If it can't, it's going to continue to hold the money, and you'll continue to hear it get shouted out, and then we are in more of a problem. Camp at this point in time is can you close beneath those or not? Can you close? Nope. Okay. Money flow is going to come in again. You can see where if I had the tick charts on this all the way, you can see it just doing its thing right up there down. If I drew that on, it's just held. You see what I mean? This one's still got up to 434, and we know 457 is up there. The money flow is going to start coming in now. They're going to dry up. Chia, tell me now. BRTX, I'm going to expect to pull back on that. Chia in its liquidity pool now. So aside from the fact that Chia doesn't have another liquidity pool down here, it's just back into the manipulation zone. So you could argue it would be game over. It does have $18 up there though, right? So this could be a massive liquidity draw at the bottom. BRTX 289. The key for me on BRTX now is if it wants anything further down here, because this is clearly going to get shorted into. Shorts are just going to be adding to their shorts as this pulls back and pops. So the key thing for me right now is that level right there. Okay, if we come back down and get some at 278 and start to pull off, I like that. If we didn't come down and get it, I'd prefer it, because it would be more of an aggressive move potentially to the upside then, like an indication that we could bust this 324 level. But at the minute it's not doing it. Camp has held that level again, but I don't think I've really seen shorts hit this. What's the float on Camp? $1.45 mil I've got as the float on Camp. Yeah, I mean, even this last swing. So I might have to manage this one. What did I say? It's got 429 on it, 430 kind of thing. It's a kind of the third push it's had at that level now. Oh, they're not giving it up right now. All right, now what are we going to do here? Not getting any confirmation on this yet. There you go. Didn't quite come down for this 279. Confirmed above. Can it confirm above again? Need to see some shout out volume. Yep, yes please. ADVM, by the way, is coming into its buy side liquidity pool. GRDI still in there. Didn't make a look above. Just sideways GRDI. Can't say anything else for that at the moment. Camp looks like it's just going to continue to push. So BRTX is taking a money flow. There you go. There's the push. Okay, so he didn't quite come back to that pull. It's an indication it's going to have a harder push. Question is the push hard enough to go for a look at the highs? Basically. Let's have a look. Right, so now it's got its liquidity. I can class this as kind of start a day and see if we can get up to its first benchmark, which is aligned with that liquidity pool up there. Right, so this would be a first benchmark. If we get up there, I'll draw some more in terms of benchmark 2. But have we just broken out of the manipulation zone on this? Yeah, so we broke out of the manipulation zone. That should be a push to 319 on this 320. Excuse me. If BRTX takes a money flow, I'd like to think that Camp takes less money flow, but I think we're still alternating between them and we're not giving this up yet. I don't know whether to add some more to this in case we do get. I think it's 50-50 at this point though. If I'm at benchmark 2, I'm much more happy to add to this. All right. Obviously, I can see I've topped out pre-market. I've got benchmark 2 up here. I'm not comfortable with adding to a real size unless I see it. Just could be one of those longer plays today where Camp has to come down to 350 to get any higher if it actually does want it. Oh, I'm going to have to start what we got? So BRTX is going to take a breather now, is it? Oh, okay, it got it. It kind of got there. So that one was ignored. I'm going to draw this one in. See if we need to come having. Notice I've not looked left at any point this morning. I mean, I'm looking left, like, you know, I'll do that. But I mean, I'm not bringing levels from a week or a day or 2 days ago or something like that. I'm just looking off the lows and the close of kind of yesterday. And I've pulled some bigger liquidity pool time frames, but that's about it right now. Not kind of pulling hours over from the hourly that happened days ago. It's all driven by intraday liquidity. I correct that, it's not all driven by intraday liquidity, because obviously there are higher time frame liquidities that work out. Like I said, some of these have got longer plays on them. For IMBS and CMAX potentially have got bigger levels, right? But I always start with playing intraday, because if you don't know what intraday levels are holding, you kind of don't know. So here, look, so we have this level of liquidity that we took out in its entirety. So I was basically saying, and if we are going to go with the bigger play on IMBS, this level needs to hold. Now we have taken every single liquidity out there, so you can just bring this up. See, now we're in it. Juice, what you got for me? Let me just draw this back in. So that's a key level for me, right? If we're going to continue to have a bigger time frame play. When you get a moment, would you mind discussing a few of the trade the pool details? I heard the commissions were like $4 per trade. No, I can tell you exactly what they are. I'll just look at my field orders right here. No, they are not. Per trade, it's not per trade like a futures account. It's per... Oh my God! Could have added to that and should have added to that. Never mind. Never mind. I'll answer your question in a second, Juice. Let me just take a quick look at Camp there. Look. Okay. Nice little play on Camp. Would love... I was teasing with adding there. I just didn't. That's a buyer side retail coming in right now. So they've bought that. Now let's see if we can play with that game. Do they want retail to get paid at this point? Because it's literally the shorts are going to short this candle, and there's a buy side play as well. So let's sell. Right, we've just touched in, right? I might get that out of the way. Yeah, so we've just touched the first side. I want 346. Doesn't mean I'm going to get it, because this right here, that right there, is a limit retail play. A whole bunch of them. Now, we've done this on Friday. Within a couple of minutes, they were all stopped because we come down to 346. BRTX to the upside. Am I still in that? Yes, I am. BRTX to the upside. So that's now pushing. It didn't need to get this level. So... but we are now in the short side pull, right? So that's that really is. Okay, I'm gonna go with the stair steppers on this now, because that is a short liquidity pool that could hold for further down. You know, what can you do? So wanted this level up here. Everyone else is short bias on BRTX. I would have thought, wouldn't you? I would have thought everyone was short. Juice, let me know what you mean, because when you're doing stock trading, it's kind of per share, isn't it? Unless you're used to something like Robinhood. So Camp, oh, they're going to take them shorts out. Watching BRTX now. So if I'm thinking tick chart, we took this out, right? This swing here, we took it out. We come back and got that liquidity. It's like, you know, if I'm drawing it in, we went from that low there to that high there, and it would be liquidity buy side that we've gone through, right? So use that all up. So now does it need to come down to this 292 that's sitting here for it, which has probably moved up a little bit on the algo, to be honest. It's probably sitting more like there. All right. So didn't need it, needed this push, but that is because you've got sell side liquidity anyway. So now we need to see BRTX money come in. If we want to add for anticipation of this benchmark up here. The good thing about trade the pull juice as well is, if I don't know if you like short selling, but the because you are in there full you're in there full, you're full. Get it right. Because you're taking advantage of their full pool, that your locates are already preloaded, essentially from the pool as well. You do not need to locate your own shares. You will have shares available to short on most every ticker. And that's a big plus, because that's a massive cost. And no, I find the commission's absolutely no problem at all. But like I said, you've got to stick to their risk parameters. So when you're starting off, yes, you have a huge amount of buying power, but the kind of key is to not use it when you're first starting. Is just to build the cushion, then start to use some of the buying power, and then you'll probably get to a size where, you know, your commissions will increase a little more. But yeah, if you're used to commission free trading, you're going to pay commission. But it's like it probably does work out to $2 a side, I guess. Yeah, but if you're used to commission free, that's it. But this is right, Camp we've got to keep an eye on here. But I spent more on locates on the cash account that I first started. I paid more on locates than anything else. The locates, because I was so, you know, I like to short, and the locates were just a nightmare. Especially the way I trade, right? Because if you think of locates at the moment, if I was looking to short BTRX, I wanted it to get up here. I would have located, but I wouldn't have entered it here just because I had locates. That's the thing. I missed this one. I would have like taken a punt on this if I had locates, but it was the locate fees that ate me up on the cash account. My cash account was with trade 0. So GRDI still teasing with these lows here. Everyone's thinking this is done for the day. Question is, will it come out of there? Chia Camp's getting the money flow, which is a shame. I'd love to have added that. I'm kind of glad I didn't. Chia doing the same as BRTX again. I wonder if those two are on the cards today. Yeah, they have indeed. Wilson, how you doing? Good morning. ARDI. Do I have ADI on a watch? Let me just check Camp, because I've got to manage this. BRTX. We'll see if that's going to come back for the decision time for BRTX before the market just goes snooze. and hands it over to the micro quants here. So Chia's going to see sell side here. You have sell side players coming in at this point right here. I have a different take on that. Or do I? Yeah, I think we've broken out that zone. So my play's up to 1150 to 12 on Chia, which would be so this level is going to have come down. That level's still there, valid based on the pre-market swing. We've now made new lows. That level has come down. I'm actually just going to redraw it. So close. We have to remember a little push up. Yeah, effectively that would be a double top. I'm cool with that. Yeah, I kind of like, I do like BRTX and Chia for a little push up. I need to see the money come back on for BRTX. Right, if the shorts that try and get in at this level foul, got the most recent pull sitting here. So again, I draw them all in because I kind of like to know whether they need it or not. Because if they don't need it, there's a clear run on this. Liquidity pool's there. Well, okay, you'd have to target 1080 first. Oh, you know why? My bad. My bad. This is the most recent pull. All right, so this is where we're pushing for on Chia. Obviously, it can go. Come on. Yep. Oh, my bad. Okay. So, Chia, yes, trying to curl up. This red green would be a short confirmation. They've just hit the button, them shorts there. Those that are waiting for the close, there's a little bit of anticipation. Those that are waiting for the close of this red candle below the green will be targeting new lows, not knowing this liquidity pool is here. So that's as you say, Wilson, it's a really nice curl down there. This would have been a nice play at 40, but we might get another chance down here to know whether or not we're coming to get it, because that could tell us that could be a little less aggressive. We could just go to the 1070. Bear with, sorry about this. Okay. That sounds very interesting. Very interesting. I have a little collaboration going on, actually. With that particular prop firm. If they're interested in that. Yeah, so just been offered a 5% discount there. That's great, isn't it? I think, yeah, that's all good for you guys on that. And every little helps. Okay, Chia is pushing. although not being called out. Camp. Okay, so Camp took all 3 levels of that liquidity. This is where the sellers, you know, that see what they call the death candle coming in would have really liked to get. Another chat room's buying this here, which has been paid to some certain extent depending where they're taking profit. Where is the VWAP? Okay, yeah, so VWAP buyers there as well. Hopefully they was hold it on and didn't panic out of that. Weak holders would have been done on that. Okay, so again, we're still trying to close under this stair steppers. Can we get this done? Is this done for Camp? All right. Spread on Camp is wide now. Spread on Camp is 10 cents, which I just found out because of that little ad. So I now want to see this roll out of this level. What I don't like about it is that we've kind of got each of these levels. Okay, so there's definitely things I don't like about it. I don't like the fact that benchmark 2 is sitting up there at 580. You know, we did go and tap into this, and I like that for a quick short down. That's what I do like. Don't like we come back from that after this candle, but I kind of get why. But ultimately, these stops need to be taken out if we're heading back to this liquidity pool to get any further up. That's the way I see it at the moment. If I'm wrong, we're still strong holding front side here. So be it. If I am wrong, I will just size down if we come back into this pool again, because ultimately finished, right? We've taken all 3 levels of liquidity in this pool. There'll be a micro level there. Yeah, locates are such a pain, Wilson. All right, so see, we took this one again. We're taking every single sell side liquidity. Come on. We haven't taken this one. We haven't taken this one. Does that mean we can get a push down? Where's the first side? So I want lower than this, but there's now a new one created down here. Okay, come on. That's my key. Is that they've been taking every one, and I haven't just taken this one. Now, we've done this Friday, Wilson, didn't we? We've done this Friday on INBS. Did you get paid on Friday? Did you take that long when I left after Friday, when it broke that sell side liquidity pool? Because it literally went to the top side, didn't it? It went up to get that top one. The BRTX coming off a little bit, just curling round again, looking kind of retail shorty play there again. Can we get Camp to play ball and give us another candle down to 380 or lower? Or is it going to come back and get 408? Come on, let's have some sell side. Let's have some sell side now. Got to that time of the day. I want at least one decent trade. I don't mind leaving BRTX on if we start, you know, just pulling back and holding liquidity pools. That's fine. But it's time of day now for me. That's an issue. It's time of day. Come on, Camp. Come on. But yeah, you go, Camp. Let's close that out right there. Let's close that out right there. Oh, we are halted. I can't. That is what I'm talking about. That's the indication right there that you just do not. We're not halted. I'm out. So as it goes, it filled me. I'm out. Nice, nice, nice. That again is the same thing that happened on Friday, where we just didn't take that last pool of liquidity here. That's the indication. Just a little drop of information that it could tank. Now it's taken out those buyers that were sitting there, exactly the same trade that we've done, smashed through the buyer liquidity pool that was sitting there, and I think we've got 350 written on this at this time. I think that's beautiful. Come on, yes, come on, come on down. The price is right at 350. We'll tap into that first area of liquidity on Camp. Thank you, Wilson. I've been very patient today, very patient with that. Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. I just love it when they don't come back for that. You've not sorry, Wilson, you were saying before that you longed INBS just for a small short and a big move up. Yeah, it was yeah. If I look at INBS, I looked at it when I got back. Mind you, that's come off pre-market since. Geez, it did come off pre-market. Yeah, look, it literally. Where was we? We was down here, right? Or I was down here. I done the same thing yesterday. That so this play here didn't come back for it, and it did come back for this one. Didn't come back for that one. I was just like, fine. I'm gonna. I can't remember if it was this one or this one. Was it this one it didn't come back for that I took? But in any case, you see what I mean? It's come straight back down. There's a big candle that come off. I think it was this play. I was in here because I was gone by this time. But yeah, we was talking about this. Well, we was literally talking about this, right? And I'm like, if we are going to head up, you like the buy side when we was down here. This liquidity board held twice. Dipped in once, went to all three levels, then started to curl up out. Held the next one. You like the long from this point at 460. I don't know what price you got in, but we was like, if it breaks here, it's definitely going to 495 with the upper level right above there, right? And it literally went for those upper levels. And then we've played that this morning or the overnight. And then now this morning it has just continued to drop. But yeah, still potential longer play here. So even though there was a lovely short for INBS this morning, I'm not writing it off just yet. Just mean that $3 as a do we have it still? Or did we do it? No. Here. $3 would be a bigger play to 11 on the macro side of it, but in order to do that, we have to hold this $3 350 area. Thanks, Anish. Yeah, that was nice. It's one of them things, in it. I don't jump into anything on the open. I do kind of let things play out because being early is sometimes the worst thing you can do. Being too early. So Chia probably thinking about 954. Still long on Chia. BRTX. BRTX. Come down for it. What can you do? This is probably time of day as well. I still like BRTX. Didn't come and get this one. Has come and got this one. Utilized the sell side twice. This one and this one. So this is understandably equilibrium, which is why that's exactly what we see around here. What do we see on the bigger time frame? Not quite sure why I'm long in this bad boy, because it did benchmark 2 and tap in. What am I thinking? Oh, because I think I was, yeah, okay. I was thinking it was going to curl on the open. So actually it did. Okay, I didn't kind of see that really. Let's think, what have I drawn here? Oh, because it's the liquidity. That's why I've ignored it. So like, I generally don't like this liquidity switch on. I like it to bounce between the levels and say, yeah, but generally it's because it's gonna do it again. But maybe today it hasn't. Never say never. It could still. But again, benchmark 2 didn't come back and look for that liquidity. Aggressive sell on the open. Well, not aggressive, but there's a dollar in it, right? There's a dollar sell-off. Yeah, I don't like my long as much as I did on BRTX now, looking at it from zooming out. But if we can hold 288, it's probably still on, but I'm going to get some... like I got this level down here it didn't tap into, this level down here that could still go to. And I don't... And this is the difference. I don't see my buy-side trades, right? My buy-side trades where retail's going to just kind of hit the bid and attempt to get in. All these down here, this is backside now, so they are doing the opposite. There will be a trade up there for them. Yeah, there will be a trade up here for them. So we're pushing down BRTX now, so I am now. This will be a scratch trade for me if I get out at this point. Given that I was late into it, right? 290. Yeah, I literally got in at 292. Should have really been 278. If I wanted to play this level, I should have been playing in at 278. I waited for the confirmation to come out of the steps rather than coming out of the pool. And the money flow has disappeared. Pretty much of everything now. But that's the key thing now. Is like when it just goes silent, you expect it to go silent from kind of 10:30 onwards, or 11. Certainly, it kind of algo time for me. But when you hear those stocks coming back on the tape, pre-market money flow still going. That's what I want. Actually, that's a good idea. Let's have a quick look at the what's going. Let's have a look at the. So, let's look at the future first. That's not going to take me anywhere. I have an idea what happened in the Globex session here. No, still not. Okay. For some reason, you have to particularly select that one. So NQ daily, still on that flow. Another buy here on the daily. Profit taken on this one today. 10-minute. So a 10-minute worked out all of our liquidity pools come down to. Did we make it or didn't we make it? It's a very steep run that. No, not at all. So didn't make that one down there. What are we doing? Are we making this one here? Yeah, so we've just come down to get liquidity on the futures. More further down. Looking at the 2 minute. Nothing yet indicating for me buy side yet. I say that. Bear with me a sec. What's highest? Let me see if we've hit the benchmark on this for the session. Okay, yes, we definitely have bogey levels in the middle of these two, right where we are right now. There is a level down here at the bottom of the liquidity pool. Benchmark 2 is down there. So at the bottom of this, that's wider than I thought. It is the bottom of that because 7516. So again, it doesn't always get there. But this does play out in any market, right? So total, well, not totally. It didn't totally ignore the benchmark. It did acknowledge it, but soon failed it. But these stay, unlike the liquidity pools. The benchmarks are valid until benchmark 2 is taken out, i.e. it can use the backside of it. It can use the backside of it to carry on down. So we'll see nice stair steppers on the 2 minute, just holding price there. It's not surprising. Let's see what has happened on everything else. So now looking at these levels again, ignoring the kind of switch off. I like to take the last swing, to be honest with you. I don't really like taking that, but we did have it there. But generally, to have a look, yeah, so that's close enough there for best execution on Apple. Haven't come anywhere near the buy side execution today. Double bottoming off those lows. So this was quite an aggressive sell-off, so you're going to be there or thereabouts for the... Yeah, so it just spiked above it and then come back down for it. Buy side. Yeah, we're just going kind of pull to pull. It's not adhering to that third level quite as well as I'd like. But pull to pull at the moment on Apple, which is kind of sideways considering what the Nasdaq has done, which is more aligned to what Amazon has done. And taking that volume here, you will see that this would have gone to target 1, I imagine. So this would have taken so no execution on the sell side, no best execution today on the sell side, no buys at best execution. But like it went down further, so the buyers seem to be sitting there at 168. That's where they're playing now. The question is, have they got any interest in coming back to the upside for this? Yeah, so got to break out of 169.20 if we're going to come back up and see anything here. 169.20 is a marker for... I don't know why it's not. Is it black? Can't see that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and liquidity pool wise there at the low to the high. Just a little bit lower. If I use the closes, you would be tapping into it right now, but you can argue just didn't get there. What's going on with my drawing here? I'm not even clicking it. Yeah, so Juice, looks like I'm going to be collaborating with Trade the Pool, if you're still in the room. Where's my private messages? That's what I want to know. How can I get to my private messages? Bing, what's that? open this up here. Oh, I see. Is it there? Oh, I get you. Sorry, Takita. I haven't been coming back to you, man. Thank you, my man. I'll take a look at that. Is this all your hard work here? This coding. It looks beautiful, man. Yeah, I think let's just say I think I like what Trade the Poor are doing, and they like what I'm doing at the moment. So we'll see. And there's definitely something, definitely a little bit of collaboration going on there between us. That's very, very interesting to hear. Not to mention, it'll give you a 5% discount on their plans as well. But I think we're going to be doing some live. Yes, I think you could find me live on here with Trade the Pool. Yeah, so maybe we'll split up what I'm doing. Maybe I'll get on a little bit earlier and do a bit more pre-market, some of those actual pre-market trades, and then do a session with the guys over at the prop firm, and then come back a little bit later if we've got any trades in play to carry it on. That sounds brilliant. Ding, ding, ding. Right, Amazon. No, let's just take a look at a small cap, see what's going on. Camp still holding by the steppers on the way down to 353.45. Chia, it's broken its buy liquidity pools for me. I don't really see. I did like this as well. I had bigger upside on this as well, didn't I? We had a benchmark 2 up there that we didn't go for today. Let me check why. No, it's still on. Most recent swing up. Oh, okay. The newer high has pulled this down. Okay. Where was I before? No, actually, where was I before? have I drawn out a different time frame? Oh, where have I gone from here? Oh, I see. Okay, so I've done that on the higher time frame. So if I was just going from the most recent low, so this would have worked on the 2 minute here. Yeah, so that's good. And this one here would be giving us a slightly lower level here. I'm going to call that one negated. So not necessarily game over then, but definitely used its liquidity that's available down here for Chia. So nothing left here. So unless Chia is going to utilize this, and it hasn't in its last two, right? Because it come down and got it again, and then now it's fouled it and fouled both of those levels. So you know, we could bring that across. So yeah, trade's still on, but really, yeah. So I'm going to leave that unless it starts shouting on the scanner to me. Again, my ideal play is kind of like when I think I just got dropped out there, guys. Am I back? Anyone on that can just drop a yes in the chat if I am back. Nice one. Thank you, Hanish. I don't know. I heard the broker go down before I realised the stream had gone. But okay, that looks a little bit better now. It's stabilising. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, what's Camp doing? That was Chia. So Camp. Yep. Great. That would have been a lovely final target for me to hold on Camp, but I literally sized up and added to that trade as I got it. So that would be a nice exit for me there. Had I have held for another, what would I get at 59? And oh yeah, nice. That's what you like to see, isn't it? Chia just done BRTX, looking for both of these out on the scanner now. I'm still in BRTX, am I? I am scratch on BRTX right now. I haven't closed it, but it would be a scratch if I closed it now. GRDI did just get called out as I reopened everything and I got the internet back here. So yeah, GRDI has taken the bottom of that liquidity out. What have we got most recently? So this was null and voided at that push within it. The most recent swing now we've got coming in for GRDI would be sitting here. So that is the next kind of push it's looking for. Here potentially comes, it's going to be a big candle in, so they'll take their time. That's a short there for retail. they would have ultimately, let's see what it's like on the 1 minute. Confirmation on the 1 minute for them. Not quite yet. Close below 241. We'll probably see a better entry for them. From the downside, you are looking at being in the most recent 1 minute manipulation zone here. Oh, perhaps just breaking out. Let's go candle highs. Yeah, not quite. But yeah, we kind of just closed the belt. We're back in now. We'd have to come back out of that in order to see 290, which would of course bust both sell side liquidity pools and be heading up to this big one up here that I was kind of looking for this morning. So GRDI is down there. Camp obviously pushing off that low now that it's got into that liquidity pool. No surprise there. Question is, does it have a huge leg left on it this afternoon? ADVM benchmark 2, bigger benchmark 1, negated this level of liquidity. Sell side is also done here. So there's a level lower. Okay, so sell side now. Buy side didn't. So put that in your notepad. I'm actually not joking when I say that, because still a little bit old school. I still throw these little reminders down to myself for stock tickers. So what we know at the moment right now is it did fail one buy liquidity pool. The most recent one held, which is kind of the pre-market support area, right? It was holding this pre-market support area. And like I said, I don't go back much further than pre-market on most days when trying to like source a trade, but I do, yeah, pre-market's a thing. So I mean, like, even if we took the whole, not the whole pre-market swing, but this range, I'd expect to see some sort of break out at the top of that. So like that spike, we know why it's gone here, but ultimately, if we was treating this like a Mag 7 stock, best execution would be around that 195 area up to the downside. 141 would be the best execution to the bottom. But liquidity pools aside of that is driver, so we know this one would be a best execution level for the day. Doesn't mean we need to get it. We have used this one, but not all of it. This one hasn't been touched at all, and you could argue we do have a 240, 250 up there for something like what happened on Friday with IBNS. So that's looking nice. I'm trying to think if there's something that is a little bit quicker on these. If I zoom into this, I don't know whether it's, I mean, Wilson, you know, I like hanging around for that the move of the session kind of thing, breaking it up into morning and afternoon, of course. But yeah, as opposed to 10-cent scalps kind of thing, I generally like to wait for what I've done on Camp today, which is, that's the morning trade for me. Doesn't mean Camp can't run if we've got other levels to the upside, but I try and take that trade as opposed to trying to take, you know, a 10 and a 10 and a 10. But I do think I should be a bit quicker on this sort of play. especially when we've made a really nice push down and then we hold. Yeah, because it's like just general kind of stuff here. Really nice dip by here and here this morning. I don't think I obviously this got called out in the room. I didn't dip by this at all. I didn't pre-market analyze it. Yeah, we didn't touch there, but this one kind of got to argue perhaps we should be thinking about getting in at the close above my stair steppers here, because literally we dipped into it once and then we had that pattern I like, which is okay for a confirmation. I want that second one there, and you get it at 166. You know, granted it is only 10 cents, but yeah, I think, what do you think, Wilson? You like those sort of moves, don't you? Yeah, and that could also be the move, right? That holds until 190. So even though right now it's 175, that doesn't mean that this move is not the one that takes it. That's not the entry. Doesn't mean that's not the entry that takes us all the way from 165 to 190, which for me is a session play. Right. What do we got? Let's see if we get 170 on a pullback. Again, if we don't, still like a little bit more round this way, but if we don't if we just kind of hold and curl up just around 170, as rather than having to get, well, it is 170, it's tight, isn't it? Can't really say. If we hold this level and curl and we haven't come back for this, that's when you could see a bit more of an aggressive run to the top. But right now, I think we are going to play into that. What time did IMBS actually start its run on Friday? After I left. I'm guessing it's about, was it 1:32? Yeah, 2 o'clock. So yeah, this is the sort of thing. You go, yeah, we've got a buy side. It's kind of where we are now. There was a buy side holding here. It's just worked. If we break that initial sell side liquidity, the first one, and then, yeah, we can do this and chop between a few cents, or, you know, 10, what was that, 5? This is a bit bigger, 30 cents. But here you start to get in at 505 and 575. It's kind of like, oosh. And then this is the one, right? You see the anticipation of that. So quick recap of these guys. Let me just check what the NQ did do. If it did continue to stair step down on the 2 minute. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, so. All right, so this is what we're going to see right now, right? And this is what's to be careful with. And I know small caps have their own personality, right? I know generally if the bigger cap plays are going to be driven by the overall index. Actually, it's the other way around, obviously, but you know what I mean. Okay, so we have an area there. Yeah, we could come back down there. So everyone, I think, could do a little bit of sideways action now until after lunch. We'll just get our levels drawn in before we do and grab some lunch here. All right, so camp took out that liquidity. Now that's a null and void level. Where else could we be looking? We're not looking for anything else really down there, unless it just wants to make new lows. It's kind of it. All right, that is. We had that level there initially that that I left standing on the 1 minute, right? Not again. Have I gone down again? Still got a good stream on here, and my broker is still feeding data, so it looks okay. So yeah, so this is how I would play it along. This is null and void, but if we're going to do something on camp this afternoon, I'd want to at least see it curl up out of here and head to 390. What it does with 390 remains to be seen for whether or not it could benchmark to today. If not, if it still holds above this kind of 330 to 350 level, then ultimately it still could do this another day. Chia 788 at the moment. It's failed everything on the way down now, so that literally was a benchmark 2 play, a benchmark 1 play this morning. Didn't give me any opportunity to get into that to the downside. I was more concerned with an upside play breaking out of this zone, which we just haven't got. So that is negated right now. And I don't see. Okay, that's a benchmark from today. Yeah. So that's the level that's still in play for Chia if it does want to do something, but pretty much it's gone back to where it come from. So scanners need to call this out to me now. If anything else happens on Chia, I'll just push that up out the way. On Y10. So Y10 hit the bogey zone for me in between these two levels, benchmark 1 and benchmark 2. We are still holding benchmark 1. We have come down, I'd argue, and got this level, but it continues to hold for now. This buy side was negated. This sell side's still good. And this buy side's still good. That one's pretty much gone. And this is still good for Y10. It's pretty much holding up, right? Y10. You can't argue that it looks like it's over. Starting to look a little bit backsidey with that nice short on the pre-market highs there. Didn't quite catch that for my liking, but you know, you could argue 62 still on if we can hold this area. Yeah, I'd need to see Camp start calling out of there. So just watch out for Camp. Even if we will drop this down to the 1 minute, we're probably breaking above those stairs there. BRTX coming back. Oh, so Camp didn't just hold that little. Whereas BRTX is coming out of that. Didn't go down and get this one or this one. It has. There you go. Okay, now let's see what. There's going to be shorts at this level. There's going to be shorts at this level. I mean, retail shorts, as well as the fact that we're coming into kind of that second area of liquidation. Yeah, so don't roll these guys out yet for another push. If we... Let me put it on a 2 minute and see. If I took the... If I took the pre-market high to the live market low. Okay, so we have both of these areas sitting up here that we could come get. Okay. And it's not like they've not... It's not like they've not been doing this, right? Some of these small caps at the moment. They are... So there you go. You've taken that first side out. You've got... You know, whatever else coming in here, 200 EMAs for retail to get on. They would have got paid off this 310 if they covered at 290. Probably wouldn't have expected that, expecting an all-day fade. Didn't get it right now, but there would have been shorts on 314. But those type of shorts will probably be covering and taking some off. Again, not expecting an all-day fade. Some shorts are smarter than others. So for me now, if BTRX is going to have more upside this afternoon, we have to hold 293, 295. If we don't come down and get it, then that could be a better trade up to 380 at that point. So just keep really replicating. That's a definite short. Right, okay, so now if these shorts, and then they won't mess about with it too much. If we go to top of this zone, they're going to cover, because that is an ad play, not. It's not like they work the trade in up here. I feel like that's where they're kind of adding. I think this is a pop that either works or it doesn't for them. Ultimately, if they had to stop above the high, they've just been taken out, and the money flow is still coming in just before lunch. So off that swing high, didn't come back and get this pull. It's now going to move up. Okay, so it's now going to move up there off this new high. Let's see if they come and get this one. But that was your little push there. But listen out for that if it continues to flow in. I'll leave these scanners on while I go and get a bite to eat. So camp, trying to move out. Camp to get some volatility going. So it has used its most recent pulls down here. So like I said, it's closed out this buy liquidity pull, and I've run it right to the side there, but it is negated now. That is not a live pull anymore. It has been used. The new live pull was down here. There's a level just below that it didn't tack. All right, and then each one of these, just again, not tick charts, only go over 1 minute, and that one's held and been negated, and this one is the most recent one here. So just following these up to give me an indication if the buyers are back in control of these. I'm not going to get that, but liquidity pools. Yeah, so there's the most recent one. That's the one I'm really aiming for there. If we start going micro, there's another one here, right? But like I say, I draw these on. I would be targeting 395 for this, but I will draw these on. And if you do get long any of these at the lows here, yeah, because sometimes I draw these on and you can get into the, well, there is never ever enough room to get that session play. Well, that's what you've got. At some point, you've got to anticipate the break. For example, I'm anticipating the break of this one here, right? Because I want to get to this level here. Ultimately, that swing, that's my target area. That's where I want it to go. I understand that this could hold price, but I can't let it affect my judgment that ultimately I want it to go down to 350. Now, as it hit back here, I didn't really want to wear back to it, the backside of it, which it done and held before it rolled over. Had I left some on, that would have been an option, but I just dumped the whole lot. But yeah, so here again, if I don't come down and get this liquidity pull, there's a higher chance you could bust this one and go straight to 392. Even if it does come to here, you can still bust this one and go to 392 if the money flow comes in. All I'm saying is, if you do get in at these lows, then there's some form of resistance here, and you can there will be anyway, because if you come back right now to this level, there will be retail shorts. They'll probably try it here as well, but there will be retail shorts at this level. There's also a liquidity pool at this level, so you could expect price to come up and then back down to it as it edges up. This one will edge up a little bit. I think the key thing is which ones are holding on multiple, and at this time of day you get trapped. That's where your pennants kind of form, and I think you just need to, I like being aware of where that pool could be. I have to ignore it sometimes if I want to size up, and either size up and take some off here at this level and then leave the rest on. But you have to have some form of strategy in order to do that, because if you know where these levels reside, when it gets tight this time of day, you'll keep yourself out of the market, which I think is a good thing this time of day. But at some point, as the lunchtime comes in, we've got to make a decision. And is it longs are holding camp? Therefore, I am going to try a trade long off the next pull, or we missed the last pull. Therefore, I'm going to try and get long. And you have to anticipate that at that point. If price just comes in your favor and then stops and starts to curl around, get out. There's no problem. But you've got to be aware that it is there. Well, I think it helps to be aware that it's there. GRDI. So this one, very similar. We have a sell side up here, still good. Buy side still indicating. That's negated now. The most recent one is sitting right here. Simple as, right? There's buy side here. What else have we got to the top? We did have something to the top, right? Sure, we didn't get to benchmark 2 on this. Yeah. Oh, so we're playing through the dailies, aren't we? We're playing through the dailies. This is the bigger trade. So this is potential for GRD on the daily time frame. We're currently just playing 2 minutes down here, which means, yeah, we're done for today. This level needs to hold if the daily is going to come into play. And this really, right, becomes the best play you could do if it goes for the daily, right? If now is the time for GRDI. Was it a split? No. But if these are the lows on GRDI, and we are starting to hold the buy side off of this run out, this is actually the best kind of price you're ever going to get, isn't it? Before you go to $4. And that's only because you've broken out of the manipulation zone and now you're pulling back to the liquidity pool. That's the only time I say you could get involved, because the risk is so small. Right, so right now at this point in time, you could literally risk the lows at 227 and it's 236. Yeah, so you literally do 10 cents of risk on this trade, and you could go to $4. Yeah, but you could only get to 250 today. But if you're swing trading this could actually be the best trade down here right now. We've already been to the bottom side of it. We've broken the top side of it. Now we've come back to the liquidity pool, and we have daily targets above. And you don't get a better trade than that. Like I say, it's not to say that the daily will play out. This could be on the scanner today and might not come back for 2 weeks, but it still might hold this zone between two. Like this, not this one. Can I get that? Yeah. So you still might hold this for another 2 weeks into February, and then it pops up the scanner at some point, and then off you go. And then our targets are 4 and 6. So keep GRDI on your watch list. But if you fail this level, then the chances are you're just going to do lows. But like I say, it's whether or not it's worth what you're seeing here happen today, which is we're in a bigger buy liquidity pool that's now finished. There's no more buy liquidity here at all. The new one is here, and it all, like, literally price action pretty much relies on this this area here at this point in time, even going forward for days. ADVM, AVI still going on. So yeah, again, ADVM, that was a nice one there. Kind of want to kick yourself for not taking the curl out of that box. This has now moved up. Yeah, so this now moves up to here. That algo's just chasing you, putting that little pool in there. Probably think we're going to stair step up to that 180 now, 188. AUVI. What have we got going on here? So AUVI, similar situation, right? The GRDI. These guys are kind of in the same boat. Only difference is, so that's this last swing, 224 up to 490. If you took the low to the high, yeah. Overall, on the daily, if we are looking to go up to 7s or 13, this is the area that has to hold. It can hold for days before it pops up on the scanners again. But ultimately, your risk of buying in now at kind of 250 and risking 40 cents or a little bit lower, yeah, your risk then becomes going down to the bottom. You don't want to do that, right? But ultimately, you're risking 250 for 50 cent stop. You could go to these kind of levels. So, and that's what I call my small cap breakers, by the way. So if I just bring this scanner up here, pop that up there, there's something I kind of look for at end of day, and it will be this price action, right? So if I look back onto Friday the 12th of Jan, you will probably see, let me check. Yes. Okay. So what my scanner here is looking for is unusual volume with insider ownership and institutional ownership, just to some extent, and that puts it on my radar at that point. And then I start to draw these levels, and then I'm like, well, on the daily, this has just broken out, so this can go all the way to 13. It has potential. Look where it's come from. If it went all the way back to 13, even leaving this gap down out and just taking the most recent, let's forget the gap down, let's just take these most, look at these stair steppers here, look at that. Well, not even stair steppers. Stair steppers are working, but when you drag these down, these, see these pops? They're generally coming to this sell side liquidity, generally coming to get the sell side liquidity. Doesn't there? Bring the next one down. I think my scale's completely off for this, but I think you get the idea. Is that these are popping to areas of sell side liquidity, and we've probably just done this one now. It's a reverse split as well. Like, a reverse split definitely, like, can a lot of times end up in a decent sized run up. And yeah, if you ignored that gap, if I was using kind of last swings, wow, that is crazy messy. I can't rectify that now. I've got this on. That's better. Yeah, so if I was taking that gap high to this low, look, see that $14 area? Don't have to go all the way in, but benchmark ends at 1370, so that's where the liquidity pool starts after the gap up. Obviously, we could go close the gap, but that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. with these plays is that the small cap breakers kind of put stuff on my watch list because of this volume. I'll put it back on now. It's not just obviously this volume, but look at that volume compared to all of this volume, right? Yes, there's a little spike there. That would also probably bring it up on my scan. But look, it's like 5 times the volume, 6 times the volume, 10 times the volume of average. And when you have done it again. Yeah, okay, so that's my point. When you have buy side when you have a huge 5 or 10 times buy side volume on a small cap stock that is held by institutions and has some percentage of insider ownership, that things can start to play out to the right side of this moment and to the right side of that moment. And it's driven by this area here, just driven. That's it. That is it right there. It's just a little indication, and it's off everybody's radar until it comes on again today. But tomorrow it will, if this can't do anything more today, it will be off everybody's radar again tomorrow. And there may not be any liquidity in it after that. But if we stay in this green box, you just wait. And when it comes on that scanner for that third time, and you like literally, that's why this could be the best play. And you know, and you could take this all the way up. Not a guarantee. Like I said, I can't give any guarantees. I'm just, these bios have got to get funding, right? A lot of the time it's with these bios. RVSN. What's RVSN? So it's playing again. So this is the sort of thing I mean, right? You can't write RVSN off. I mean, we were up there now, but I mean, look. This is the trade I'm talking about. So here's the initial volume pop. I'm on a 3-minute, but it's exactly the same thing. Here's the initial volume pop. Let's go daily, see what it looks like. Sorry, I'm digressing on these. I'm trying to get some form of point across. So this happened more than once on RVSN, right? It's obviously gone from $1 to $17, whatever it's done. But this is the kind of move I'm talking about, is when you're down here, or you've just popped out of here. Look, now that went a little bit higher, so this is an old drawing down the bottom here. But look, when that went a little bit, oh, it is right. So when that went to there and come back to here at 150. Everyone is thinking that is done for the day. Yeah, I see. I'll just see grrr come up on the scanner here. I'll take a look right now. But if you look back at that, look back at that on replay, right? That's a daily chart, and the daily chart is predicting this stock can go to $7. In the first instance, that's all it's doing, right? The first benchmark, 80% chance that we could hit and bounce off of $7 when we are at $1.50. Now look at the 2-minute on this. If I can get back there. Can I? Yeah, right. So now look at the intraday on that day. Yeah, it would have been on everybody's scanners from $1, well, from under $1 It popped up to $2.70. Everyone's forgotten about it. That's done. Okay. So RVSN is done. Yet this liquidity pool still remained. And that's what I'm saying to you now is like with two of these plays, you're here at 150. And I'm saying the same thing to you, which is you could buy this at 150 in the middle of this liquidity pool because we're curling out of it, and put your stop at 140. That's a 10-cent stop. And RVSN has the likelihood, the possibility, because this business repeats itself, it has the possibility to go to $7. Okay, it has the possibility to go there, and you just think, well, that's crazy. That's not going to happen. Oh, well, the more this liquidity pool bounces along and holds, if you bust this one at 244 for sure, you're going to have a go at $4. And that is just kind of how it plays out. Not going to play that all out on a... But you get the idea. Because you can tell I've been drawing these boxes in to get back. But that's just how it is. You play back. And are the buyers holding these levels? Look. There's your $7 blown. It went to $9. Yeah. And that's just what can. And then it went to the other one. Now it's gone to another one. It's like it doesn't matter if the first benchmark 2 fails. If it pulls back to a liquidity pool or benchmark 1 and goes again, just buy every liquidity pool that it is and keep doing it until the first one fails. But again, the big move from benchmark 1 up to the highs had this liquidity pool here. What's it doing? It's coming in $10.50. It's just gone another $5. It could get to 19. Yeah, so that's it. That's what I'm talking about at these levels here. When I'm saying GRDI, that's the same thing. The $7 that I'm talking about on RVSN is $6.30 on GRDI. If you want to get in at the lows, yes, you've got a small amount of risk, but that's where it's at. You're tequila. I'm just about to go and get something to eat. I've just gone through a bit of a lesson, to be honest, on small cap breakers and how to play the daily versus the you can watch it back later, mate. You can watch it back later. It's yeah. So I just gave an example on RVSN how this plays out, and what I'm suggesting now is that GRDI, because this business plays out time and time again, is that this on the daily may be kind of finished for people if you're looking at this on the 2 minute. But if this liquidity zone holds here between 230 and 250 and continues to hold it, the next time GRDI pops up on the scanners, it could be looking for 4 and 630. The lesson is a little bit, yeah, just go back and rewind it at the close. So RVSN, obviously we just spoke about this. YTEN went to the bogey level, is coming back into its area here of liquidity after busting the most recent one, so we can look for that. It didn't touch 61. It doesn't have to, but this is its liquidity pool that would have to hold if it's going back. Otherwise, newer lows now we have give us something less, something better down to the downside, something lower I should say, down to the downside. Yeah, slightly lower, not almost not worth drawing, but so possibility for a curl up out of this level. Where's my indicators gone? Get down on a reasonable time frame to trade. Just froze. There we go. It's trading view. Yeah, so potential trade on. We're currently stair stepping down these. You know, sellers are all over this stock today. Sellers don't expect it to turn. They're looking for an all day fade back down to 22. They could get it. I'm not saying they're not going to get it, but there is a hidden pool of liquidity where we're at, and we could start to curl up. This is benchmark 1. Benchmark 2's up there. So you could have a trade on if we curl up out of here and break the stair steppers from 40 back to 50 where we've come from, or even 62. Chia is doing exactly that now. It was a fade all day. We have sellers in retail at this point here as they were there, right? Same trade. They've already been paid once on this handsomely. Now we do have this sort of volume coming in at the bottom though, right? But they've been paid handsomely there. They'll look for it again at this point. That is not the same reason there's a liquidity pool here. All right. That two different reasons. That's a retail setup in there. This is a hidden liquidity pool. So yeah, you could get paid again. At the minute we reside down there for a buy side, most recent buy. Okay, so that's where we sit with Chia. There is more upside. We didn't take this, we didn't take it. That's why you've got your aggressive move to the downside. Doesn't mean 17, 20. Doesn't mean it's not on the cards. You just have to let the liquidity pools tell you at 7 to 14 would be decent risk to buy. If we get down into 790s and put a stop at 750s, that'd be good risk reward. Take some off at 8 and you never know your luck. FDMT hit benchmark 1, right? There was one above it at benchmark 2. Lovely short from that, but didn't give me the trade I would. Oh no, it did actually. I could have had this. That was yours, Wilson, right? More recently, right? No, but there it was. It went super high off of the right, it did make the benchmark. Let me go back and talk. I'm not talking nonsense. No, I'm not talking nonsense. So yeah, when you called it, I drew it, and we hadn't reached the benchmark at this point, so that we then had this would have been a pre-market when we was talking about it here. What did you say? When did you say that? What was you, Wilson? When someone called out FDMT. Yeah. Oh no, Taquito, sorry. Well, you said it's coming to life again, right? Which it did, and it came to life, went to the benchmark, and that's the one I played for. I prefer it up there at benchmark 2, but you know, that's some dollars away. But that's it. If I get into a benchmark, that pool there I'm looking for right there. It's actually slimmer than that, surely. Yeah. So that pool there I'm looking for. That is the one. If I'm going to play it, that's where I'm going to play it. Yeah, and that confirmation there, that's my early one. If I close below there, I'll add some more on, and that's beautiful. But what can you do? I didn't take it today. But that's I'll set up all day long. ATRA. So that was a benchmark 2. There is a bigger one, but that play can continue to hold the backside of this one. So CMAX and IMBS, similar to GRDI and ADVM, did I say? No, AUVI. All right, man. Looking. Big daily play on this guy. 160. 120. Kind of up here. And where you are. That's the daily play. No, I didn't. When did my first GRR call out? Oh, no, actually. No, you're right. It has been. Huh? What's the time now? Oh, no, it's just been shouting very recently at me. 1 second. No, so it wasn't anything earlier. Oh, I can't tell, mate, because my internet dropped out. It's all refreshed as of the time my internet come back. But yeah, it's been calling at me since, the last 15 minutes or so. May have been before that as well. So on the daily, it's a little bit cheeky. Don't like this down here because there was no liquidity before it ran. But yeah, on the intraday, you've got to get through this. On the daily, it's your benchmark 1. On the intraday, it's benchmark 2. You use the daily, you use the intraday. So look, broke out. Don't get involved down here. Broke out. This is how can you not do this? You broke out of the manipulation zone. You come back to the liquidity pool, held it twice, off it goes. If you didn't catch that one, there's one here. Catch that one. Benchmark 1, benchmark 2. You'll see some fallout from this on the intraday. And if this benchmark 2 intraday holds this benchmark 1 on the daily, then you could have quick resolution up to 163. I would like to think that's actually I don't like to. I don't know. All I do know is you're going to have a liquidity pool right here. That's going to be a liquidity pool, so let's just change that up. Yeah, so you're going to have a liquidity pool there for the whole swing. And your most recent one, arguably, you got 2, right? You got a more recent one. So that one held. This one hasn't. But the very most recent one is tapped out right now. Yeah, negated. This one's negated. Pretty much done. Doesn't mean it can't hold now, but all 3 levels of liquidity have been grabbed. So now for me, if this was what's happened here is my play was here and it failed, right? So I'd have gone benchmark 2. I like that. Where is my entry? Here. Let's get my steppers back on. So didn't give me my confirmation entry, but my least level of risk I would have been stopped on because it doubled top. It went to the higher. Yeah, there was something else up here. So yeah, I either am getting in now and risking in that 15 cents now instead of risking in my what would have been 4 cents. Or I'm going to hope this liquidity pool holds. And if this is not going to run to 160 today, short on here. It trade the scanner come back without the sound. That's what my problem has been. So yeah, if you like, this was a tack into benchmark 1. It's gone to the final level of benchmark 2 and the final level of the daily benchmark 1, and had decent red bars off of this. So yes, yeah, so now, like, okay, so this is interesting to me now, because I think we've either got a nice short, a nice low risk short between 113 risking the high of day, or you've got an aggressive, what I think will be, it won't look like it necessarily initially, it'll be kind of roll over, new high, pull back, this kind of holds, and then up to 160. That is what I see right now. Question is, and that's the most pointed thing, is watch for this. I'm gonna stick this on. Put this on. What's the spread on this one? 10 cents? No, that's still camp. 1. All right, so ideally that'll just pop up there at 13. If we start getting rejection off that, I'm anticipating this failing at that point. We're closed underneath the stair steppers right now. If we don't go back and get it, that could be more aggressive than going to back to get it, right? That's kind of what we've seen today and Friday. But right now, this is still massively front side for GRR. The only thing is, we know we've hit 2 benchmarks. So those 2 benchmark works for what we got, 110 for a 10 cents play or a 20 cents play, and then possibly a dip buy if we like it down there and like what we see, and the liquidity buy side starts holding. Yeah, but right now, yeah, so that would have been my play here. I would have been taken out on that, or I would have added up here if I saw it, you know, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. I can't say that really. But now, yeah, here, if that failed now, that would be seriously risky for me with this clean. It's just an air gap. So I'm not hearing anything on the tape now. Right, what am I going to do? I'm going to need to take a bathroom break in any case, even if I don't grab food as well. It's a bad time, isn't it? So camp hitting the tape. Yeah, I just do like this one, Taquito, though. That's the thing. Like this one. See, this is a similar thing, right? Benchmark 1 on the small time frame, 2 minute. This is benchmark 1 on the daily. Doesn't mean it will still form some resistance, but it's a small cap, so the daily benchmark can be hit in a matter of minutes. But here, obviously, I know I'm in a benchmark, and I don't just short that benchmark. And you can see here, it's kind of like, yeah, there could have been a play, but didn't get it. So that's why I'd rather go over benchmark 2. At least I've got a benchmark 2 intraday here. So that's better than here. And it's up from 55 cents. So you can expect a healthy pullback, right, to 85 cents before we go off to 165. Doesn't mean it has to. But yeah, this is less. Yeah, the short sellers I don't really see. I think there would have been some work in this at this point. Yeah, I imagine they're only looking for 85. Let's see if we get a crack. GRRR on the tape. Camps just hit. GRRR is on. All right, listen, guys. I'll take a quick bathroom break. I do want to see how this GRR plays out. It is kind of a setup I really like. I don't care whether it's to the downside and it fails and then goes up though. Yeah, I don't mind about that. It's just something that has to happen. You can't not take these intradays when the daily might not happen for days. So I'll just take a quick break. All right, what I'm going to leave you with is if I switch. No, you actually, I'll leave you. You're going to hear the scanner if it pops up. I'll leave it on this. What do we got? I'm going to turn me off, turn mic off, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. That might be too late. I'll be quicker than that if I can. Well, didn't need to get there then, huh? So I take it it didn't come back on the scanner. Camp did. So, what's that MOR? Where's that being called out from? MOR, where are you? So we failed this liquidity pool. We didn't quite get to that one. Have we missed the boat then? What were we talking about? 10 cents more. What's the MOR? Let me take a quick look at MOR. I've got a feeling this is going to do that little jump because it hasn't taken this one either. That is a chase right now. A cup of tea. Right. So, did you manage to see my private yes Taquito? I did. Thank you. I wasn't quite sure. There's the little blue dot that I had to check up on. I didn't know it was there. Sorry, man. But yeah, my God. Yeah, I did. You must have been away when I called you out on it earlier. Yeah, it looks fantastic, mate. I can't work it. Is yours audible? Is that audible? I don't. I'm trying to find out what. Oh no, I see. No, it's my. Sorry. Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, it's not yours. Is your rank to the buy side, or I presume it is to the buy side? Is it? Right, GRRR is coming into this zone now. This is a key zone for GRR if it can hold this, or whether this is a decent place to add at 106. Overall, right now, we have that liquidity pool that is still valid in its own right, but I'm going to move it down to where it is. So that is where we have things at the moment. Need to be aware of okay. So KPTI you have and more as I love where you're feeding that data in from, eh? You're feeding that directly in from the exchange or trade secret. So 105, 106 too early on. So you know what I take a drink here. And a chunky biscuit. All right. Now the question is, what do you guys think? Are we gonna go for the 113.15, or are we gonna drop from 105? Can I try my poll out? That sounds odd. Create poll. I'm going to create a poll, and sorry, right. So GRRR answer options. How many can I put in? Add an answer. I'll do 3 answers. So drop from 105. Going to drop while I'm typing this out, so I should be concentrating on trading. Push to 110 or 15, then drop. Or break up to benchmark benchmark 2, which would be 165. Okay, there we go. I've got a poll going. Yeah, I agree. It's a little bit hard to tell. I fancy. Let me check on the house. What, a 115 to keto? Oh, you got what I meant. You got what I meant then. I don't know what I wrote there. Push to 120.15. You know what I mean. Push to 115 and then drop. I think that is going to be the trade, but it's going to be nerve-wracking when that daily one sitting up there 1 spy. But yeah, I think that's going to be a quick spike to 114.15 and then down there. Yeah, there's a seller sitting there for 24,688 shares at 115 in a sell liquidity pool, right? I mean, normally I don't see those sort of numbers at those sort of liquidity pools, but this is just standard level 2. It's there clearly. It's at 115. The question is, do they need to go fill him? Yep, looks like we're gonna try. $21,000 down at 1. Well, that's what I find that happens, is that they put in a range, right? So you've got huge at 115, you've got huge at 1, but actually sometimes it's right where we are at 109 that is the sell, because actually get it. In this case, I feel like he's going to get it. But a lot of the time, it's this third level on the most recent one that goes, yep, that's enough. Boom. And it rolls over. But yeah, I'm just not sure. I like that gap up there. I'm not getting anything called out on the audio yet for this. So this is not a huge push right now. There's no chance of me eating a biscuit on live stream, is there, really? I just don't think that's going to work. Right, MOI is hitting the tape again. $30,000 at 116. We now got like 66,000 sitting up there between 115 and 117. Visible on level 2. All right, so if they're going to front run, this is where you do it. This is where you do it if they're going to front run. What are we at here? This is such a time of day play. It's just the wrong time of day. Right. Who else has done my poll? This is my first poll. Thank you, Takita. I've got yours. $20,000 at 106. You mean? Yeah, Josh. Yeah, cool, mate. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is true, Taquito. Yeah, I'm not exactly your most consistent YouTube streamer right now. Yeah, I should actually fix a start and end time. I don't know what. I think there's a huge amount of value in the pre-market, right? Even an earlier pre-market than what I do. I think, there's those trades that pre-market run to benchmark to, and there's an opportunity just to get in and limit ordering on those trades. Right, we're now pushing 110 on this GRR. That is now negated that level. Are they going to front run this? There's a huge amount there. 25. What have we got there? 55, 65, 85. There's like 90,000 sellers on the tape there. Yeah, but they're good for they pay out though, right? Those plays, Taquito. Like, I have no excuse to be there at that time because that's my kind of like 10, 11 a.m. in the morning when they're there. And they're literally calling out on those early door scanners. I'm going to have a look. I'll have a look at DCFC. Just one sec, because we're just getting in. I just want to see this guy taken off the tape. What? I'm not hearing anything, which makes me feel like this is not Hugh. I think this would get absorbed. Yeah. Right. Oh, whatever. I've just hit a couple of starters. All right, we'll see. I honestly think this is going to fill all those guys and run right through. .168. What's that? A fib pullback? Yeah, it's how aggressive it is though, Taketo, on that. That's what I find the problem with fibs is it's how aggressive. Right, okay, so I'm just closely monitoring this short now because I think a little bit, this is not my play, this. Look, are they drilling down on those orders? Is he still there? Is he still there? He's filling these orders, no? It's only 11,000 on 115 now. Oh, I get you. Oh, I see what you mean. No, I was going to say, yeah, it makes. Oh, there'll be a little bit retail. So I need the time and sales open because I don't think they got filled. I more see those move to 119 than I did see them fill at 118. Okay, right. So if I was playing benchmark 2, not knowing there was another one and I had this clear sky above it, that is kind of what I like to see right here. Now, the only confirmation, like for a starter, I'd see that candle and I'll get in, and I am in short. However, if I can close below these stair steppers, which is 109, under 109, that is obviously confirmation for me. Yes, Wilson, yeah. Yeah, but I don't like the action on the tape necessarily because it's there. Do you know what I mean? That size of liquidity is what I expect to see here, but normally it's hidden. But I'm seeing it on the tape and I don't like it, and they're just moving it up and up. I'd expect to be one candle in here and kind of out. So I don't like this right now. So don't jump in just because I've put a little starter on, because this could just run to 130 before you know it. No, they are filling this size. They are filling this size here. They are reducing this size. So they're absorbing everything here because literally, give or take, the price is not moving from 115. And all of the orders, there's now 34,000 moved up to 119. 34,000 on a 119. There's a double top of benchmark 2. It's not a pure double top at 120, but that is my level out there. So we are going to take one half off. There's the other half about to come off. If this blows and comes on the tape, that's all I've got the patience for on this, because I don't normally see this action on the tape. All right, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Yeah, see, that's look. It's just like no. Covered that. I know, exactly, Taquito. It is massive. It's massive, and they're crawling up there. They're crawling up there. That 115 was absorbed for so long. They were filling them. So yeah, I literally covered mine at 117 there. So it's only a small size, only a teaser, because there was no confirmation, and that benchmark 2 is sitting up there. So Obviously the double top plays still on there, right? That can still play out, and then if we close this candle kind of back under there, there might be an opportunity to reshort, but I want to see some quick, sharp, still huge on the ask. Okay, so there's the higher high. We're back into this zone. So you can argue that's a benchmark play. So back on. I'm going to have another little go at this. I don't know. So we've just tapped that buy side, right? So I'm well aware that this is the level that can take it up to 160. Yeah. That's essentially what it is, Taquito. Right, so we've just tapped in that first level of liquidity. Does it need 7? Does it need 04? I don't know. But give or take that benchmark play, we've closed inside that benchmark again. So I've taken another little kind of teaser position on at this point, which was, am I looking at this spread correctly? Why do I do that? Okay, the spread looks fine now, but I took an 8-cent spread on that. Jesus. Oh no, I didn't. I took a 4-cent spread. And I was going to say I thought 8 was a lot. No, that's fine. That's not too bad. But so still massively front side. Okay, still massively front side. There's a retail buy trade here. Obviously, we know that's a good trade because it's playing it to our benchmarks, and then we've got so retail would go there as well, and there's a retail play here, right? So at the moment, all retail trades, apart from this one, which took a bit of heat, but right now they're all getting paid. They're all looking for super new highs. BRTX is coming back on the tape. Yep, that level is negated. And this one's its new one. It's right in its new one. Don't even have to draw it, do we now? We know it's there. Yeah. That's BRTX. What do we have for that? Up there at 390s. So it needs to continue. So it didn't hold this one, which is why it made that run. Now, I've still got my BRTX long on, actually. GRRR. Don't know about that BRTX. Still feeling backside, but not quite. All right, now closing below the stair steppers now. Closing below the stair steppers, but into the buy side liquidity pool. Gonna anticipate a short this time, or is it gonna grind? So this is the one where I'm kind of saying at some point we've got to make it, like we've got to anticipate. If it does confirm and close under the stair steppers, that are we going to see some form of quick resolution to the downside? And for me, that now is this play, right? So that was negated. Boom, gone. That pool is finished. The new pool sits up here. Okay. Let it go. No, actually. Yeah, that's fine. A little bit higher. So almost saying, yeah, you should come back for another top if you want me. So that remains to be seen. If it does, so for the aggressive trade, if this is going to work out, I want to see that. I don't want it to go and bang. Actually, bang to this level. Should be bang in here, right? So 96 would be good. Ultimately, if it was really aggressive, we can come back down here into the 80s. If it wanted to be game over kind of for today and then grind and do this 165 tomorrow or at the close. But at the minute, it's not really giving me that massive. Anything anyone else wants to look at right now? I'm kind of playing this GRR trade, small size. I do want to add, but now I want to add at 115 because that's where that big seller was. Still 12,000 sitting up there on the offer at 119. Right, okay, so now we're coming into this pool. So it wants this pool. Does it want it for the upside, or do we get paid to the downside? Right, so right now first level has been acknowledged and it's pushing. Come on, I've just drawn what you should do. That'd be really. Let me add up here at 15s. You like him fun? Right, let me just see if I can get his 15s to get tight, and I'll take a little fun. All right, here we go now, because this one's the one. Because if this one blasts off and I can get this on the tape and hear this coming out, this is the one that could go to 165, or the one that can give me 115, not need this level, and dump. I've already been caught out once on this too early. Even though I feel like I've been waiting for it for an hour and a half. Okay, it's 113. Let's switch to the time of sales. What are we filling here? So buyers being filled right now. Seller at 20,000 at 759. Starting to fill. Sorry, at 113. 20,000 at 113, my bad. Buyer 5 though. Not there. Right now they should start to fill in. Can't see it coming across time and sales. He's gone. He's gone. Didn't place him. He's gone. He spoofed it. Absolutely gone. So with that order out of the way, this could now run. It is coming back for the liquidity pool. It looks like this is the top of my curl now. It's going to take it. Like for me, I do want this to curl round now or game over. Oh, sure, got on here. Right, so it's happening quicker, but this is the curl that I want. It's got to roll over now, basically. There's a front run. That seller has moved up to 120. This is the same. This is the same seller. Moved from 115 to 120. So front side. It's so front side. I've literally got to ignore that 165 if I want to size into this. It's just too front side. Let's have a look. Okay. He's added 20,000. Yeah, 21,000 now, sitting right at 15. So if like literally how this is feeling right now for me, let's talk manipulation zone, right? Let's talk manipulation zone from the swing. That's where the manipulation zone is, right? Added one more to this. That's where the manipulation zone is. So what this is saying is you won't break with vengeance until you've broken 104. We didn't quite attack that. Like, I mean, we can argue descent, but we didn't quite attack that because that 115 didn't get filled. He's now back down at 115 from 119. And still no GRR on the tape, which means right now, fingers crossed, the volume is not there to the upside. It's not being called out. But it's not giving up, is it? It's not giving up. So this is probably time for the shot clock kind of thing, you know. It's like there was. So I've circled the buy trades there for me, but if I was looking for sell trades, for me there was one here, okay, which I didn't take. I did take this one and then covered, so there was one there. Well, yeah, exactly, and that's that exactly what you've just said, before the dump or the breakout. And I'd much rather be an 80% chance of the dump, right? Because I'm at benchmark 2, but I'm not feeling 80% because I know this guy is sitting up here, which is too close. Right? 40 cents away for a penny stock is too close to say that can't be done for me. Yeah, that's right, and that is what it's forming. But it's these liquidity pools that are forming your wedge or your pennant ahead of time, right? Each one of these, like if you want to draw your pennant, like just on this most recent price action, we predict them, right? We predict the pennant because we've got the benchmark, we predicted that. We've got the buy side liquidity pool there in green, we predicted that, and then we predicted the sell side one. Now retail are starting to go, okay, I've got a pennant forming. Okay, so there's retail now. But we've predicted every one of those levels by not going back. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So yeah, if you was to draw these ahead of time at a decent enough angle, right? Oops. You can predict the trend lines as well. This does, by the way. Yeah, where are they? You need to add this. You need to add this part on. Yeah. So it does the same thing. It predicts those trend lines for you because they are, you know, they're predictable. That's the first point of a trend line is predictable. That's that, you know, that's, yeah, it just is. So yeah, so now for us, the pennant here is, right, retail saying, well, this can't go sideways anymore. I'm at the end of the pennant. It's got to drop. But that's not always the case because we can just get tight, right? And to say, no, we can still hold to up here. We can still hold to there, but they're our levels. But yes, if this doesn't break now... FOXO. Let me just bring this guy down here to the small breakers. FOXO. Oh, one sec. Come on. 1 sec. Add some more to this. Do I want to add some more to this? Got a level right here, and there's one right below it that can hold. We've got so much buy liquidity buying up in such a small price area on this guy. There's something else better to take. Fun. We wanted to look at fun. Currently, where did you go? What did you call? Where did you go? Where did you go? It's F-O. Oh, Fox. Yeah, yeah. Right, without looking at anything else on the daily, where does Foxo want to go? Yeah, I need to bring this down because I think its benchmark is going to be. So currently bogey level with that's what she got. Right, let's put that on there. What is it doing on any other time frame? Seems I've had that drawn in for some while, isn't it? Where's that from? Oh, I must have had a split way back. And we're looking at the daily here. What do I like? Do I like it? Yeah, I'll start my scanner at 75 cents. That's why I'm not hearing some of these. So this is a reverse split, right? So this is a 1 to 10 reverse split on Foxo. It's got ultimately 108, 110. But it needs to break out of there. Wherever. Okay. So right now, yes, it's a pop, right? It's something to look out for. Yes, it's been getting slammed for ages. But you're still in the manipulation. So right at the top of that manipulation zone. So drop down to a 2 minute. And on the 2 minute, you're going to do the same thing because the algo goes exactly the same. Pop that up there and you probably, yeah. So right now, that's why you're stalling at this level, is because 36 is a session benchmark too. So we can stall out here. That doesn't mean it can't fail if over the next day, 2 week, whatever it might be, that if we break out of this manipulation zone, pull back to it or come back to the liquidity pool. That's the key thing, right? Or Foxo can come back here. That's Foxo right there. And that would be another one of those trades that we're putting in that same camp with, what was it, AUVR and GRDI, right? It's got Foxo goes in with these guys up here. Is they're all doing the same thing. They're kind of coming down and testing. They're in that zone. So if this is the top for Foxo, because you have literally a benchmark 2 running through right here on the yellow kind of front, right? There's your benchmark 2. Looking on the 1 minute, do we get a play to the, you know, what I like to see at benchmark 2? And it's close. So you come there, you come straight down from benchmark 2, you hold, and that would be your area to look to hold to short. And we've got it, and we're testing it again, but you don't know whether today is the day. Red. You don't know today is the day that we want to drop or we want to break this higher zone here, right? So that's Foxo. It could be a nice short, but it's 5 cents, right? I'm ultimately expecting if this holds, it's going from 35 to 30. That's not enough for me. I get it percentage wise, don't get me wrong, I do get it, but I'm looking for 35.40 to $1. That's my trade right there, so we'll keep that on there. You think GRR is about to drop? Okay. What's the other one though, please? Oh, FHUN you said, didn't you? FHUN. Have I got anything marked up on this? 2 hours, 3 hours. This is one. Okay, so this is one that has already done one of those breakouts from the upside. This was that pullback. It was kind of 7 cents. And you're no TC player, or these Nasdaq. This is Nasdaq. But yeah, so then what you got on this was the one that kind of is the telltale sign is that this held for you. That's the telltale sign for me. And it is where it's aiming for. It's coming into a liquidity pool right now to the downside. You'll be able to see them. Like, you see them. The more aggressive the move, the higher up that liquidity pool normally is. And that's the plays that we look for in the afternoon, right? They come down, boom, go. This is on a 2 hour, so it's over many days, and that's what can happen. That's why we've broken out. Right, I'll tell you now, look. I'm going to make this fit for whatever the price was that I drew this from originally, so bear with. Right, now, you take that, and it's the same formula, right? Don't move the arrows here. Same formula, bring it up, put it at the low where it's just done, and hit it again. So it spikes up above one, spikes up above. Yeah, so 37 was that. Now, yeah, okay, it spiked up, but you just bring that to the next one now. And each one of these is spiking just above it every time. But it's the same formula that they're using on each one of these. So here again would be same formula. We've just gone into benchmark 1. There's your liquidity pool. There's a spike up to benchmark 2. It's same old. Now, I need to get out of this GRR, I believe, because it didn't just drop, did we? We are in that liquidity pool. So this is its last chance saloon for GRR. This is just grinding now. You can't argue that benchmark 2 is still holding, but this is kind of that time of day. You know, well, what's happened here? An RBO. Let's days go. Yeah, so this is just, the only thing is that it's not getting called out on the tape again. But this is the manipulation zone from this benchmark 2, and it's just giving us nothing but heat at this point in time. Heat. So every time we've tried to show it hasn't worked out. We've got absolutely spoofy action on the real world. Tape there. Here we go. We're gonna go to the top of this. We're gonna go to this 125 area now. Right, there it is. If you don't come down from here, you are definitely going from, because that is the top. That's best execution if we're manip. Right, better price above, and that price is 127 or 128. Okay, now same again. This benchmark wasn't enough. That's best execution because this has been accumulation. Now the best priced player is at 128. But they want more above, and I don't like this, because if you break out of that now, like I said, you got to be careful now, because this can run. This is like almost stop and reverse, but I don't. Right, What did we say there? Where did we say? No. Where does it take it from? Yeah. Yeah, so I've been playing. So all of this is accumulation, right? All accumulation. Trouble is, you don't know whether it's accumulation to buy or sell side. Our benchmark 2 is assuming it's an 80% chance of dropping, but now it doesn't have an 80% chance of dropping at this point. So as it comes back here now, I'm kind of looking to see either a dramatic drop, and then you could argue benchmark 2 is just a spike on the 15-minute or something, right? You could argue if we now close down under here, that's what it is. But yeah, I don't feel it. I'm feeling backside and off to 165. Just looking to see if I can get a better price to cover myself out of this. I know that 128 is there. I'm not going to give him 128, but I do at least want kind of 122. Yeah, I'll have 122. What have we got? Yeah, I have 122 off there, so I've half my position off there. And you can feel this compared to other trades that I've taken. You can feel that this is just not doing what it should be doing, right? You can see that you are just working your way through buy. And this was the key one. You didn't come and get this. You didn't come and get this. So right now, there's no need for buy side liquidity. They're just happy to go. And the most recent one we have now is this one moving up. So we have less sellers up here now. We've got a 37,000 offer at 125 on this. As if that's just going to tick up and fill that all at once. Really just looking for a better out than a working into a short here, right? I'm looking for a better price out if I can. Right, this is, I'm just going to throw this line in here, right? And a line in here because I want to see these liquidity pools. But I know that's best execution for that. For everything that's happened here, that's the best sell price. And this is the best buy price right now. Obviously, to get down here, you're going to come back to a liquidity pool. But if you break out of this area now, I honestly think you're going to grind up to 165. Grind up, it makes no odds. But the question is, do you want 117 before you do it? I've got 7,000 at 116, nothing at 117. But that's not surprising, right? I don't expect to see them. 13,000 on the offer at 130. And that's been the case. Those offers, those massive offers have been there. And they've pretty much got there. But only the last one was really filled. The initial one I didn't see on time and sales. Right, so all the shorts, including myself, have gone, yeah, right, I've tried this once or twice. I'm done. Look, let's do, if I'm doing best execute, see here to here, let's see if it aligns with the same price. See these white. See this one? That was why. Not only the benchmark 2, that is why you've got best execution at that level. So, but it wasn't. I'm not saying it wasn't good enough, right? Best execution just means orders have been filled at a good price. So while you was at 91 and you had sell orders on your desk, you managed to sell them and fill them orders at 112. They're now offering 130 on those bigger orders if they're actually there. But same here, this accumulation is now saying, right, oh, it's at 112. We've got an average of 112. Well, I can fill you at 128. And that's what we've done. But we can continue to do that all day up to 165. $110 at 135 on GRRR. Oh, I can't see it. Can't see it. It's off my dome. But yeah, look, here we go. Come on. It's just like, it's just, I can only draw these in, but there really is nothing on here. Like, really, it's just buy side. You can feel it's buy side. Because we're coming to get all these sell sides and just pushing through. I managed to get half off at 22. I have still got one half on. Oh, we just touched. Yeah, so if this was going to be the best price a day now and that job was done, I'd just gonna dump. But I don't think it is, right? I just think we are. The pools are telling you, see this one negated, this one negated, this one negated, this one negated. Buy side held, buy side held. Each of these have held as well. Held or didn't get to, right? I moved that one up. Right, so this is the point as a better play. Massively. I mean, it's buy side. Yeah, this is the point that we're kind of working this and wasting our time on these shorts. There's normally a bit of play. I'm in BRTX to the long side. I'm hoping that's... Yeah, okay, so we need to get rid of this level. And then BRTX could go 380. So I'm okay with BRTX. This I feel a little bit like Groundhog Day. But, you know, it does have to stop at some point, but just don't like... I like the fact it acknowledged benchmark 2, dumped off. Should have carried on. Didn't. Now we're above it. Yes, there's a best execution at 128, but ultimately every single pool has held. What else have we got? Foxo still teasing us. Right, so there we go. We didn't come down to here. Foxo is now broken out of the daily manipulation zone. So Foxo is now on point for a trade up to potential, well, up to 60 and potentially a 105. Not necessarily this session, but this is where you just track the buy side liquidity now. And it's now got, you can leave that one down there. It didn't come to get it, which is why it's gone higher. There's now another one stacking on top of it. There. So at 40 cents, if you play these smaller ones, the issue I have with playing these smaller ones, that I think it's an OTC, is it? I'm assuming it's on Arca. Yeah, is because... I'll have a look. With the NASDAQ, I like the rule around the dollar that they have to stay above $1 to get in. So, you know, whatever happens, and they end up being above $1 for the most part to stay listed. Whereas the OTCs, as much as they can run from 35 cents to a couple of dollars, or from 6 cents to a couple of dollars, they can go very, very quiet in the interim. Okay, so Foxo's on track for something that was. I don't class that as phenomenal news, but often these don't need it. But what I do know is I've broken out of the manipulation zone, which means there's a very high probability I'm going to 61 cents. All right, so there's a dip back down to the buy. Okay, there's a dip back down to the liquidity pool that's sitting there. This is the first time. Yes, this is the first time we've held a sell side liquidity pool. But for me, 116 is a good price to get out, because this means I literally scratch this sell. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes. I'll give it this 2-minute bar. I'll give it this 2-minute bar, see if we can't get a crack. Part of me feels like I want to load up on this. But I think that'd be, I don't know if that's context or revenge. I don't know if it's because I'm seeing that best price hold and now come back stronger than it has done. Okay, we have broken out the manipulation zone from up here. There's a retail buy down at 102. Scratch out of this if I can. Do I want to scratch, or do I want to add and get 85? So if you notice, I'd need to kind of tidy. Actually, I can tidy this up, can't I? On right, so this is the thing. Best price execution, right? How do I know I'm continually moving up? Okay. How do I know I'm continually moving up? Because if I take this first swing and don't worry about my wicks and my closes, right? Because I kind of like wicks on one side and closes on the other, but don't worry about it, right? But the point is, if I'm drawing a manipulation zone, if I'm in an uptrend, the bottom part of my manipulation zone will hold. It won't. It doesn't have to go down to it, but it will hold. It won't go past it, right? So the reason I know this is an uptrend, over and above that I'm tracking liquidity pools by the upside, is that when I hit this button, price comes down to the best price, right? So always this algo is running. Price is at 94. I want a better price to buy in. Okay, there you go. It's at 86. Thank you. We'll see you later, right? Every time it kind of does that, you can't. There you go. It's at 92. I want a better price. It's at 87. There you go. See you later. That's how this works. And here, doesn't even get there, right? Doesn't even get there. Doesn't even need to go to 86. Then you bring it up. It's pushed up. So the next level. Where's my best price? It's down here at 97. Does anyone need it? No, they don't. Next one, come here. Where's my best price? It's down there at $1. Does anyone need it? Yes, they do. 2 hits. Boom, boom. Bring it up. Go again. There's my move. There's my swing. Where's best price? Well, it's down there at $1 again. It's down there at $1 again. Does anyone need it? Not at this time. Now you pull it up and you say, right, well, okay. Where's my best price? Where my best price is a 115. You've just broken out of it. It's the first time we've broken out of best price. So does this indicate now that we are going to go down to 90 cents in this move? And the only thing that's going to tell us that now is if, firstly, this buy liquidity has to hold, which we are testing now. You could argue backside. Oh, the drawings come back because I've just drawn something. Or this one. We've just tagged this one on the first level. But you get me. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, nice. Good, good, good. So BRTX is working out today, so that's okay. So my GRRI is working out at scratch right now. It may work out depending on what happens here. So if I add my levels back, as soon as I click here, it's all going to come flooding back. There we are. I've already drawn it in actually. Yeah, so that's the only thing that's going to determine. I've just gone through best execution price on this swing. The whole manipulation, the best sell was at 128 and the best buy was down here at 1. So that's it. But I'm not feeling that big crack on GRRR. I'm not feeling we're going to get that big short trade that played out like Camp did for me before. What's Camp doing? Yeah, so we've played out of that one. We didn't meet this one. We've just tagged this one. And that's still live. This one's still live. So yeah, I'm not feeling this. Boom, we're coming down by 10-20%. I'm not feeling that with GRRR. BRTX. Okay, nice. We've just broken through that upside. This is what happened on Friday, Wilson, with IMBS. This is what happened on Friday with IBS. We come down, we hit that buy liquidity pool. We got trapped at lunch between two, and this was the final one. So if we break here, we can go to the upside. What else we got there? Camp, I just mentioned it and called out. Right, so are we testing backside of BRTX for a look up to 380? I've held that for so long, I'm going to leave it on for the minute. Right, so if anything, this is going to grind down just to hold another buy pull. This is where can this get up for 20 cents? It's not worth loading up for 20 cents. I just don't think it's worth loading up for. Got one here to acknowledge further in. I've got one here to acknowledge, and I've got one here to acknowledge. All of that can just, you either bust through the whole lot and get 20 cents, or you're just holding for the rest of the day. Let's see if we can't get down to 105. It definitely gets me on a break even then. Not interested other than that. Foxo, what's Foxo still doing? Still trying to push to that upside. Okay, yes, it is. It's pulled back to the benchmark. And if we were pulling this all the way up now, are we still sitting there? Yep, so we've still got this guy here. Bring this in a little bit tighter. And the most recent one, we are sitting here, which actually we've touched into already. So just to know, there's one there that we've touched. Didn't need this one. Didn't need this one. Taking this one. Foxo. We'll see what happens on Foxo. bun being called out again. Turn these back on though. Only in the slightest pop. Nothing really going there. Yeah, there's more. I think there's more short side than long side for that. How fancy's 39 to 27. Y10. There's a little. No, it's in. Yeah, it's in sell side. So buy side broke. That was our kind of best trade up here if we was going to get it. Got a big liquidity pool sitting up there. In a liquidity pool to the downside. Best execution sitting about here, right here. So I've got to break out of there to have any chance of getting up here. Bit of confluence around 50. That is where we are at with this. GRRT's in me at 110 now. RVSM back on the cards. RVSN little push here. What have we got? Still could be looking for $20 on this. Still could be looking at that 1970 level in the first instance. Holding the stair steppers. I can't get in this at this point because of this. We have to break that, and then I need to pull back to a buy side, right, for me to get in. I can't just chase that, even though I think it's going to 20. I can't just chase that because the chances of it coming back down to 15 from 1630 are possible. It's possible. Okay, so we're breaking out of that. So this level is negated. What happens now is just due to the order flow now. It does look like we're going to try and push 110. Looks like. Doesn't mean we are. Right, so I'm break even on this. It's toying with going in the money, but it needs to drop to $1 like now to have any effect at all on the account. So there's our little push up. I was thinking of breaking it here. I could think about adding at 15 if I wanted a 20-cent stop to 19. Where are we going to get there is the question. Yeah, so you could do. We went above the benchmark. We could well push up to that 19 area. If we can break out of this, it's a case of where do you get in? Click on the 1 minute. So 1 minute breaking. One minute buy. So we didn't go for the 1 minute liquidity there. Didn't go for the 15-minute liquidity. Yeah, as you can see, that's negated, but it doesn't mean it can't still work out. It's just the kind of liquidity's there. Every one of those levels has been taken. What happens now happens. That's what we have to wait for. And that's what I don't necessarily anticipate unless we're at a benchmark. And I'm like, yep, okay, this is my ideal trade because I've swung down, I've swung back up, boom. This is swung down, swung back up, trying to double top it. You could Yeah, see, I like this for short to see if I could get it down to 15 before I could get it anywhere else up, but just chop right now. Have I got anything on the 2 minute that suggests that's it for the day? I know I've done that. I cut that already, didn't I? The answer was yes, it's a benchmark 1. GRRR now pushing off of that level. This is what I mean about GRRR. You know, you're thinking, oh yeah, it's just coming down. Yeah, you're fighting it all day. Just give up. But this is last chance saloon for GRRR. If it did want to continue that downside, it can grab some more liquidity here, but otherwise I honestly think it's got that end of day 160 written on it. Nice. You've done very well there before the pop, eh? Very well before the pop. I am... I'm going to wait to see if we break this one, and then I'll get out. I just think I've been with it this long. I'll wait for this last liquidity pool to chime out. So this is done. Both of these were done. We're still in benchmark. Benchmark 2 just been tested again for hopefully the final time. Yeah, I'm going to hold that. If we punch above it, it's fine. I'll get it off then. But again, each of these are not surprisingly, although that's surprising. Oh, 1 minute, 2 minute. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, see that candle right there. It's just, it takes out these buy side. That's a retail buy trade. That right there is a retail buy trade. And I'm not saying it's not a bad one. It's a good one. It's a good risk to reward. I'm just, if that best execution is higher day, it's the wrong one. Yeah, I'm with you, Wilson. I am with you. I just... Yeah, I've like I said, I got out of half of it. I'm just the other half on. And right, so now there's our buy side again, right? So we just tacked our one level of buy side. So look how much buy side liquidity this guy has now. Get it? Right, so it's just tacked it, and now it's going to go for it's trying to go again. So the only difference now is sell side holding. Buy side hasn't been touched all the way down here, apart from this one and this one now. Excuse me. You never know. Is there anything better on that? Is there anything else that looks better to the long side going into the close? Just coming out of lunch, so we're going to see some, hopefully see something move. Everything's just a little bit off right now. Camp starting to hold buy side now. Once. Now or never for this one. BRT. What about the big cat? Is there anything on the big cat? So yeah, it's just sideways. Let me have a look and see what's gone on. AMD today. What's going on with AMD? How would I have played AMD today with this? If I was playing AMD, see, this is, look, take these pre-market lows, take those pre-market highs. The liquidity switch on hits it straight away. Okay, so confirmed as a level, confirmed as a level on the open. Okay, execution by hitting this button here. That answer is no. It does go, funnily enough, to the buy side, but it doesn't fill it. It just carries on down. So 171.20 is the first level that is the 100%. No, my bad. A 90% chance if you break out of this zone that you can get to this zone. That's the easiest setup you can do. Actually, I don't know. Liquidity pools are quite easy as well. But the point is as to where it's going to go here is from the initial move. Now, there's two you can take. You can take the pre-market if you track that data. There's your benchmark 2. Got it? So now we're in manipulation zone. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. We push out of it, pull back to it, and then go. That's your 100% trade there on a smaller scale. We play all the way through to benchmark 1, carry on down. There's benchmark 2 at 171. Exactly the same area as best as that level 1, 90%. Or you can take the opening range here and you go down, and it's almost exactly the same, apart from the fact, well, it's not really apart, it's almost exactly the same. You just break out of this level 90%, 80%, 70%. And then here is an 80% chance of a reversal back. This one is probable, but less likely on big caps. But obviously with the Mag 7 and AMD, those sort of chip stocks, they're very volatile at the moment. Sometimes they are acting like small caps. Again, to the downside, what are we going to do? I'm not looking left. I would have been looking here to find out where these levels are, but right now I'm not looking left to determine anything. I'm looking at, like, literally, if I'm here, right? If I'm here, I'm here. That's it. Right, I'm going to take these off because they are levels that were done. So I'm looking here. Right now, I am seeing this kind of thing, and I'm just looking for that best execution. It's here. Okay, if it's 172.65, the other side of it is down here at 170.60. If I break up and out or pull back to this, I'm good to the upside. And just start working through these levels now. Right, back to it. And that's it. So we've done our we've done our 90% trade. Right, so bring this back here to where he was. Okay, and that's all you can kind of ask for. This is the best you get. Like, these are the best two limits, the most probable 90% and 80. If you break out of here, 90%, 80%, you're good. Can we get to 176 today? Yes. Could we get to 180? Less likely, but still yes. Google's gone. Right, I'm still in this, aren't I? So BRTX not really, just banging its head on that liquidity zone that was there. Tried to get out of it. It's just coming back into it. GRRR working its way. The sell side liquidity has held again. Google, well, let's see what Google done best execution wise, right? Let's have a look at its pre-market range. Actually, let's go before the market switch on and see if we held. Right, market switch on. There's your liquidity. There's your liquidity provider switching on. Boom, boom, boom. Just before the open. Boom, boom, boom. Now let's take that full range. Here's the buy side that held for the push. There's your liquidity pool. Where's the best execution on this? Guarantee same as AMD, but the other way around. You hit it. You pulled back, you broke out, and you went to that first level. That is generally the job done for the day if you haven't got a proper, totally trending day. That is what is going to happen. And where are you going to come back down to? Same as what you've done in pre-market. Take it the market low to the market high. Put that box in. Doesn't really matter where it comes into. I know there's a difference in price, but with Google here, we are talking a difference of, I mean, we risk more on some small caps, 44.60, 40. You're risking 40 cents here, and what we're looking for is a move out of this box. And when we see it hit the box, you can draw it in and try and catch an even better price by just doing that. And that's it there. 44.60, get it at 68. Not a lot of heat at all. Yeah, and when you sort of do this action, so this obviously I'm attempting to get the best price of the day. I'm attempting to replicate what happens in the business. Not done too well on GRRR, but generally I know that best execution price was up there at about 126, whatever it was, 128. Now we're at 113. So I was just in too early, but I am still holding it. So again, now what's just happened here on Google, you can bring the high down to this low, and then we make a lower low, and then we make a lower low. That brings your liquidity pool down. There is your sell side pool. This is likely to be a very, very similar price range. So say 145.70 to 146.20, 50 cents, right? So 40-50 cents there as well. What do we look for when we come into here? Whether we get it or not, we don't know, but we just draw them out. We had an entry here. We're looking for the pullback, just continued higher. This one we look for, did we get it? Not at that level. It come down to this low. That's where we got it. We tapped into it at 145.7345. Confirmation to the downside. There's your other trade there. So that's how I play the big caps. For some reason, I like putting in this extra effort on the small caps, because I could just play these 6 stocks, I guess, or 7, max 7, 8 AMD. I don't know whether it's magnificent AMD, is it? I don't think it is, according to the. I think it's pretty good. Meta. So Meta's another one. You just play this pre-market. Where is it? Didn't go top side execution. We went bottom side. We held once, twice. There's the level. Can we go here? We can, but this is a big cap kind of territory. And then you didn't get this level. No, didn't get it. Still there, still up there. Then just bring this guy down. Bring that guy down. Here, are these any lower? No. Leave it there. There it is. Once, twice, tops, comes out and rolls off. And look at the volume that comes, the volume that comes in here. And not always. And that's why GRR was not good for me. As soon as I saw a hidden liquidity pool with volume on the tape, it's not normally there. Not visible anyway. I digress. MSFT. MSFT. It's following a similar pattern on the pre-market, except it looks like it went a lot further. Yeah, so Microsoft done your whole move, right? So Microsoft come down, didn't even think about it, pulled back, off it went, benchmark, done. Didn't even look back for any liquidity pools apart from the first one, apart from the open. And this is a nice little trade on the open. All these moving averages sitting together, look, on the open. You break down to the one side. Don't like to chase that because that's like a couple of dollars chase there on that. But this one, I'll take that. 1,410.47 to 1,411. 60 cent stop for a move like this. And then, like you say, that was the pre-market prediction of that. The same algorithms applied to the kind of open, which is arguably there and or there, but it is an and or there. Comes down to benchmark 1. So you break out, there's your 90%, there's your 80%, there's your 70%. It actually goes to the bottom of that range. Yeah, and I think that's... So you didn't take this one, didn't take that liquidity pool, didn't take that liquidity pool, then just start drawing them to the other side. And if you don't get the micro, you can leave it there because they do work, but then just go with the macro. If you want to put it over to the most recent high, you can do. Yeah, so that guy worked out. NVDA. Bigger pre-market range here. NVDA, I'm a bigger pre-market range, so we're just going to take it. I wouldn't take it, but as I've been telling you, take the pre-market range. There's a nuance which occurs here, which is much more likely when you've got a trend in pre-market, which is what this is. Oh, okay, yeah, I will do. Yeah, so my nuance is when you've got a trend in market. Similar when you're trading any other Globex product that's 24/7 or Forex, is that Asia session, right? Which is the one that kind of creates what I call the dealer spread. And all of these are dealer spreads that I'm drawing here. They all are a current price, whereas the dealer spread breaks that out. And that spread gives you a best price above and below. So yes, you can put the pre-market high and the pre-market low because that's what I've been doing with everything else. And you have this, and you haven't got there either side, right? So that actually means nothing to us today. But when you've got a trending market, I take the last swing. So the last swing high and low, which is there. And then I add it. Now, there's best execution. That's what can happen at best execution. Doesn't look back. Don't know if GRR's done it now, right, on that final accumulation. But that's where it is. And it's come down. Look, it's come down here. See, that switch on is such an indication if you can see it on your, if you get it on your broker charts. A lot of the time you won't see it on your broker platform. And there you go. There's the buy side. There's your buy trade. What did we get on the sell side? Oops. My God. Is that gone now? Okay. Yeah. And similar thing, right? Similar thing. When you take that kind of spread from the top, it's there. It's everywhere. But it goes to the best execution. There's a 90% trade there if you want it. The upside of this, you would know that you were failing. Actually, these work to the upside. You have a buy pull here, buy pull there, literally tagged. Move her on up. Buy pull, yep. And then now here, buy pull, yep, foul. There's a short. That's what you can short, and there's nothing to look back to. You're just literally going, okay, I'll track that. I'll track that. Does this work? Not really, right? Not really, but that's the congestion we're in. So it could kind of roll over now. It might not, but that's pretty much done for the day. It's a quiet day. Actually, watch for that move to the upside. Watch for that move to the downside and rest. That means all is executed at sell. 682 on the open. 694 was a best execution there. And 673, well, actually, 678 was. And then you got even better. And then we pull back. Now, let me have a DCFC we said we'd look at. Sorry, my man. Right, to get you saying what would you do with that this morning? $662. Shit. What expiry? I don't suppose we can tell, can we? On the weeklies. Right, DCFC. Right, what is your question? What would I have done with this when? Your pre-market at 4 a.m.? Wow, man. Got you. Just waiting on you to get to. BRTX still in that same level. I'll close these all out in a minute. Okay, so what would I have done with this morning? I would have put this on here, and I would have looked for benchmark 2, which is there. So we broke out of it. Benchmark 1, benchmark 2. You got a cent above it, and then I would have pulled this one up to here. I would have zoomed in on this and gone, there's my high, there is my low. Can we get this? And if we can, I will work that short in for the confirmation below here. And if we which bounce? The bounce at 408 or the bounce at 520? Oh, you don't short. Oh my god, you're trying to catch this. You're trying to catch this. You're trying to catch that bounce. Wow, man. Well, we should get, I'm gonna struggle with what I've just agreed. Here. Didn't get a lot from that though. This one's the best one. But this is the best. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. You can expect this coming I mean, right, we should get together and do a kind of there's two things going on right here, which is the initial perks out of this area. And so once you break out of 1400, you're on, right? The game is on for 17 and 22. So at that point, once you break out of 14, once you come from 14 very quickly, right, in 2 minutes, you're coming there. But if you want to play these pre-market, you literally need to play this one. That's it. If that holds, you are in, like literally, because you're like, that's so tight. That's not the too risky play. That is the play where you've just broken out of manipulation zone, you've pulled back, and that's where you rock it. Yeah, but that's because they probably haven't broken out of the manipulation zone. That's the whole point of the manipulation zone. Those stocks that go, that like, so pretend that's not there, right? You could get a trigger off and you say, yeah, do you know how many of these don't go? But because, look, from this low to this close, all of this, no interest. No interest. If this pops up on the scanner and pulls back, of no interest. All of that. Only when that pops out of that area. Yeah, so we're talking no interest here. All of these, no interest, because that's the manipulation zone. The first spike out and the pullback is a confident play, but albeit not on your scanner at that point, maybe not, right? But that pop is a midday pop. Yeah, and then obviously the aggressive one. So that's what puts it on my radar. All the while you stay above that yellow line there, you're above the manipulation zone. So you're good to take that first pullback after that. The first liquidity pullback, that's the money right there. And yeah, if anything, just don't worry about where benchmark is. As soon as you close below them stair steps, get out. The issue I've got is at the moment, right, is that we're just putting protection and all licensing all in place for this LiquiVision tool here. It will be available at some point. It's just when. You'll all be able to get your hands on it at some point. It was supposed to be last week, and then we have a few issues with licensing. So, but yeah, we've just tried to make it as simple as possible. Yet the whole algorithm's in this thing. It's just it is a visual representation of everything you get caught by as a retail trader. But ultimately, if you can just stick with the basics, it'll sort, you'll be good. And the whole aim of this is to showcase at the moment on a daily basis what it does. Yes, I've been in the industry in investment banking for nearly 20 years, so I'm not someone that is going to take my own money. It's not what, it doesn't make sense to do that if you're in the industry, right? You go and find a hedge fund, a prop firm, or whatever. So for me, the first port of call is a prop firm. I'm not going to risk any cushion that I've got, purely because of the mental side of it, right? I've not been allowed to trade anything personally for 20 years. So I'm going to use prop firms' money to do it. So yeah, it's kind of a unique scenario because you don't normally get that. You don't normally get that kind of thing happening. But yeah, this is all based on exchange published data. That's the point. It's just repetition means I know what to look for. I know. People just don't think of, what if I had a client and 50 orders on one side and 100 orders on the other side? What would I do? What would I do for that? What's possible to keep that's without going into that. What's possible is people don't think about it like buying a second-hand car. If you thought about trading like buying a second-hand car, you wouldn't give the guy the money. You're always going to ask for a discount. That discount, just put a line through it. Put a line through that action, right? You only have to see it for a bit. You only have to see it for a bit, but just see it. As soon as you see it, above and below, stay out of it. When that breaks, that's what you can get in. And that is it. All the time that happens. No matter where you draw that line, it's above and below, stay out. So the line's there, above and below, stay out. The line's there, above and below, stay out. When you start to trend, you're on the right side. So, but without this tool keeps you on the right side. It keeps you on the right side of the business. But ultimately, yeah, I'm just showcasing at the moment because at the moment I haven't got anything to sell, but it will be available soon, and I believe I am collaborating. I do believe something's just gone out online. Actually, I am collaborating with the prop firm Trade the Pool, who really like what they've seen of this. So yeah, watch that space and watch this space actually, because we'll be collaborating with a show as well. So I've just heard. FDMT. FDMT, yes, pushing up off of what do we got here? A second off of a benchmark 2. There is another one above this at 47. This one's still, oops, this one is always still in play. For me, Juice, I've got to come to you, right? The buy side, sell side, that's what you got. And you've just broke one. Yeah. So there's the one you've just failed. You've pulled back to, I'd zoom in, you know what I mean. There's the one you've just failed. You broke out, you pulled back into it. 33. 33. Like I said, it's just the risk. It's just the risk you're willing to accept to take. And I have to get in at liquidity. So even if one broke, yes, you could trade the backside past it. It's sometimes very aggressive, but it has to be the right time of day. And that's was coming into it, to be honest, come into that time of day towards power hour anyway. But yeah, for me, this one left a pull down here. You can pull this up here to the most recent one. Actually, this would be the most recent one. And we didn't come down for it there. So I struggle to get into these plays when they're not pulling back to a liquidity pool and they're just running. It's like total FOMO. I want to be in when they come back for that better price, or acknowledge that they just haven't, and then get in from that point. So yes, essentially there. Yeah, there it pops. It is based. So it's speed. How can you monitor speed? And you can either monitor it, so you can't monitor it on the dome because they aren't real orders, right? Half of them get pulled, half of them get spoofed. So the only way you can monitor speed, which I do in NinjaTrader for futures, in NinjaTrader you can monitor speed on the time and sales. You can give it an alert based on a certain level of contracts, and you hear it pop when a huge flood of orders are coming in, and then you hear it slowed down as well, and that's nice to hear. But how do you measure speed if it's not time and sales? And even if it is time and sales, you can't measure speed. You have to start looking at delta. So the only other way you can measure it correct, yeah, is right. It's kind of angle and distance, isn't it? It's not quite as simple as that. Yeah, it gets very. I think I've got. Yeah, it gets a bit messy, as you know. When I've switched all this on, you know, it looks absolutely crazy. So it's not. Now I've just closed it. Yeah, it's not quite as simple as that. But yes, it's the thing is, without the liquidity pool moves all the time that price does. That's the thing. So the liquidity pool's there all the time. It's only in hindsight that I can say there was a pull here, right? I take that high and that low, and I can say there was a pull there, it broke. But ultimately, it's a tick chart that if you look at this on futures and tick charts, it's unbelievable. You can just see the algo running when you put this on. I can't get it for you here. It's just not visible. But yeah, but regardless, it works. You just have to keep pulling, right? It's not just one, it's many. But yeah, speed is key. Time and sales is the only thing you can measure speed from. And then you can't determine buy or sell side on it. That's a bit difficult. Juice, are you still there, man? My take on measure moves, then they're not, because you're looking left. I'm not saying that there isn't some kind of like anomaly where sometimes you get a measured move, but ultimately the data says they're not measured moves. They're not equal. What can be equal is the spread that creates the move in the first place. And if the spread is the same, the move is the same. So that then could equal. So that's why you could get it. But the anomaly of taking any range and saying that's going to happen again is like data wise, you'll find that ends up being 50-50. Where's my man Juice here? Juice, did you want to ask me? Is waiting to the end. It's near the end. Look at GRRs out. God, yeah, this tanks, I tell you. Yeah, but you see it. You see it when though. When do you see that it's equal, and what can you do with it when it's equal? So yeah, right. So let's say this is equal, right? Dunk, dunk, right there or thereabouts. Now, if I bring that down to here, yes, there or thereabouts, it's equal. But at what point are you expecting it to be equal? Are you expecting it to be equal like here or here then? Or is this the equal move and we're gonna put that where? Here? And then it doesn't get an equal measure move, does it? It's like it is there, but only ever there after the event. Whereas what I'm saying is what's consistent is the spread at the top that dictates the end. All right, that's what's consistent, whether you do it candle close or to the point. It's the spread that dictates the start and the end of where that can go, and the bigger the spread, the better the trade. So yeah, that's and again, like, it just plays both sides really. It's a measured move. What can we take? A measured move from here to the low to the high. Now, where are we going to bring that measured move from? Here? And say it worked, or there and say it didn't? And to me, that becomes, I don't know, it becomes less of a, like, I just can't see, like, a swing itself is actually down to the person seeing the swing. What, like, and even if you try and code it, as you'll probably know, Taquito, you try and code a swing, the criteria you have to put in to say this is a swing. How many bars, highs and lows. There'll be swings all over the place because you're just looking at price action. So the tick chart can show you the swings. They're real price swings on the tick chart. The price chart, you're seeing a filtered out version. But yeah, that's what I think. But if I'm looking for something else, I'm just want to know where that benchmark is. That spread tells me that's where I'm going, and where I don't know that this that helps me, because I don't like if this one. Not on, I do on Top Step. Let me go grab a quick top. Is Juice still about? Juice, are you there, man? I think you wanted to ask me something. I think you're still in chat, but you may have stepped away. Where's my Top Step? Right, a 5 second chart. Any good? Oh no, no. It gets closer to a tick chart, doesn't it? So it isn't unusable. So let me try and get an idea of what you're saying. So you're saying that move there equals this move here, and I'm saying yes, I can see that. But what I'm saying is, at what point? At what point? Because that also equals this, right? That's the same. But when you bring that move up here, well, it's not at that point. So I don't know what to do with the measured move, when to do it. There's too much. You know, what I want to know is, right, if that's my first measured move, I'm not so, like, I just want to know where to get in, and the answer is there. And yep, I'll take it down there. Whether or not it fills me down here, I'll just use my targets accordingly, because I will say, right, my first target is going to be the other side, so that'll be my first target, and then if I break below, fine, I have a runner on. Yeah, I mean, the more you watch the more, so the benchmarks have a different. The benchmarks have their own kind of probabilities. Like you say, you've got the benchmark where it breaks out from the manipulation zone, and then you have a 90% opportunity at that point, and there's also an 80% opportunity, and then a 75% of the opportunity. They don't 100% get there all the time, but the probability is more than 50%. Similarly, when you get to a benchmark 2, the probability is 80% that it fails. Now, you get periods of time in small cap world where you do get these supernovas where these program trades are running, and they just benchmark 2 and another benchmark 2, and that's your 20%. But like, it's just kind of any swing. You can take this low to that high on a 5-second chart. Your benchmark is up here. It's like, it's not 50%. What I do agree with is, you know, you need to draw. It is the best part. If you look at like, so if we go to 100 ticks, I'm not sure I can get 100 ticks, 500 ticks. But yeah, I mean, you just kind of need to, just the liquidity pools themselves. It's like, that's always ahead of time. That is always ahead of time. That pool is there at that point in time, at, for me, 6:35, whatever it might be. And then 6 minutes later, it taps in. And then obviously, you know the leverage you get on these products. But yeah, I think I don't think they're bad for I don't think they're bad for targets. I just think there's a little bit more yeah, I say, when you look at something like this, I don't know. I can see one there, measured move there, this pullback. I can see that equals that. But for me, that's a manipulation zone. I don't want to be in that. Wouldn't mind being in the last one when that drops down. Wouldn't mind being in this one. That last one, I wouldn't mind being in. But being in like this stuff in the middle here, I want to be in that. Boom, 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 boom. And I want to be out down here. Boom, boom, boom. So need to start trading that one. Right. Not getting like, it's just juicy. You back. It's last chance call for juice before I close the stream in a bit. Hey, what is the circle indicator that I'm using? This is LiquiVision. This is LiquiVision. You can pre-register for it over here. Look, the site. Which is now up, is that liquivision.trades. But if you put in /register, we will let you know when it's available. It shouldn't be long. Like, it shouldn't be 4 weeks away. It should be nearer 2 weeks away. We've just had some issues with finding out that it's publicly available data that's been based on that sort of stuff. So yeah, I've been under NDA for a long time. So yeah, that's it's called LiquiVision, and that is you know, I've pitched this to some organizations, and looks like thanks to Keto. Put it in as a link, not a copy and paste, yeah? That, I tell you, that goes to show, Taquito, that you are on the technical side, and I'm on the business side, or at least that's the background, right? It's you know, the developers in these financial institutions are, you know, the attention to detail is incredible, right? Yeah, so yeah, it's just something that I've designed to try and help retail traders out. That is where it's coming from. The easiest part of it is the liquidity pools. You drag the load to the high, and it gives you a very high probability area that price should reverse, or normally as a play either side of it. Yeah, and this is a problem, Taquito, right? It is, and that's where everybody is. Like, not that's all right, Juice, no problem. Not like you get some retail traders. Like, I'm getting the feeling you are a developer and a coder and a trader at the same time. But you get some traders that are and I think the best traders, right, make those ones that just, they see something and they play it. They keep it pretty simple, and what they see over time, you know, makes them better at taking the right ones and the wrong ones. But still, you find they keep it pretty simple. But which is why, like, these EMAs are on here, right? The keeping it simple is, you know, I know where these buyers and these sellers come in, because I know that manipulated area, okay? And it's I call it a manipulation zone, but it's just accumulation. It's just you're entering at the wrong time. So I'm just trying to prevent retail traders entering at the wrong time. That's what this does. It gives you the best chance of being on the right side of the market at the right time. But yet it can coincide with, like, if you take this low, so liquidity switch on, right? So I'm ignoring the wicks on this. So I'm going from the high and this low to this high. Now, like I said, I know you're going to have retail traders in here, because that's a retail trader play. It's a good retail trader play, that, because a whole load of other people are trying to short. Now, I'm not trying to short until I've got a benchmark, because that's my edge. But here, I know that's a good play for a retail buyer, because there's a liquidity pool there. Whether they can see it, they can't see it, which I don't believe they can, but that's a good buy because it's in line with the liquidity pool. Same as this pullback here. Aggressive as it is, that's a good buy because it's in line with the liquidity pool. So you want to trade some decent trades, that's great, fine. Just keep it simple. and don't fight the trend. Just go with it until it eventually fails and then go the other way. But we can't. There's too many people want too much information. They want to know exactly why. Even if I give people this tool, they want to know why and how it works. Now that's where the formulas get a little bit, you know, debatable. So that's not going to be public knowledge. The only thing that's going to be public knowledge is drawing the high to the low and giving you a high probability area over and above anything else. I believe. So yeah, and I can't like. All I can say is they're like their key areas. I haven't looked left and drawn them because the market doesn't operate like that. When you get to new highs in a market and the market still operates, there's nothing to look left on at new highs, but the market still operates and those levels are still there to be able to buy and sell at the high probability areas. And that's all I do. I only look at current price that's happening and predict a high probability area that's going to occur in the future. Yeah, and yeah, this was the simplest form I could get it. Really, it's but yeah, I like it, and yeah, I think we'll see what happens next week. I think I'm going to be bringing it here, what we've got going on next week anyway, so it should be good. Actually, it's this week. It's going to be Wednesday, as I understand it. It's going to be Wednesday. BRTX. Yeah, rolling off now. So that level there is negated. This level, whether or not it touched it, I don't know, but it would be close. Yeah, we didn't quite get there, which is, you know, if it doesn't quite get to that one, that can be a sign that it's heading for that downside liquidity pool, of which this one never got touched. So they sit there. And what's the other one? All right, so I'm still up in BRTX, but I think I'm going to call it a day and wrap it up now. So I'm going to close. I'm going to close BRTX or let it run. What are we on the overnight? Yeah, I think we still get 8. I think we could still get the 380 out of it, but not guaranteed, not comfortable it's going to be in this session. What else have we got? GRRR. I'm still in that. I'm actually still in GRRR. Can you believe it? Let's go and have a look at GRRR and see if we can't make it dump. I mean, geez. There's still that price sitting there, that best execution, right? 128. There we held that. It was the first time we held that sell side liquidity pool. We've held this second one now, deeper into it. This guy is still sitting there, unfortunately. All these still sitting there as good levels. With just like a nice big massive drop now. So here's that play on retail. It's actually, you know, it's there. It's here. So there is a pool sitting down here. If we spike down into it and then put a green candle after the red candle, everyone's getting long on retail, which sometimes can indicate that I get a push down to the lower level because those stops get taken. Purely because the best execution price is further down. Yeah. Actually, this one is in line. This one is in line, so yeah, it could be. Oops. Okay, what do we got? Well, don't forget, if you want to do, if you are streaming early doors, we could jump on or do a little dual stream and see what we've got and see if we can't get some of those buy executions in. If you're not a short seller, you're just not comfortable shorting pre-market. Camp on the tape again. So there's what Camp's looking for. Oh, got you. Why don't you go with prop then? See that? Acknowledged there. 390. Let's see if it can go any further into that level. It's got just above 4. It's got 407 and 415 on there to get through. What have we got above? Yeah, it's got above. It could still do it. But let's see. This is basically its target from a buyer here. That's the ultimate target. We had this in our way. Like I said, sometimes you've got to anticipate these breaking and going with the upside. And the reason we anticipate them breaking is usually because we break out of that manipulation zone that we draw in here. And when we break out of that, we expect, yep, we could come back to it. But we can eventually just get to that benchmark up there at 420. Unless you're in a jurisdiction that prevents you from signing up with a prop firm. So obviously, and this one's kind of negated, but it still works. We'd have to draw a new one now for that one. But yeah, it's at 15, so holding that liquidity pool. And we have the new one sitting 16, 16, 20. That is the new one. They're looking for that on the 1 minute. So this is similar. This is similar action to GRRR, as in there's the pull there, and you have multiple attempts at kind of getting out, and then ultimately there's that best execution price of the day, and that's the one. Yeah, I mean the aggressive is just a close under those stair steps to take it at that point, because you know you're working in and you can hold that. You know, if you're comfortable holding the fact that this could go, you know, and you're just putting a stop higher up, that's fine. But I like to keep it nice and tight. You should. I've got you. I could have got you 5% off of that if you signed up. I literally just got the message. So 1,000 rounds is $5. Yeah, I think that's right. $5 per 1,000 shares. Yeah, but no locate fees. It just depends if you're a short seller. I can understand that that's not the best in the market, right? You could probably do $2.50, $5 per round turn. But if you've ever been locating on a cash broker, like that blows that out the window. So obviously, just popping back into this liquidity pool there. No locate fees. I've shorted all day today with no locate fees. And yes, and Friday. Just got have you already signed up, Juice? Oh, I didn't realize they did a demo. I need to get a little bit more keyed up. So I've got to have a bite of this biscuit. This chocolate biscuit's been sitting here all up. 1 sec. Yeah, I don't know if you can use my link, but I'm just got here. But I do have one for, what is it, 5% off if you need it. They don't do sales or anything like that. They are legit. Oh man. Swing play. Oh. Nice. Is that today? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean about that's brand new highs, right? Where is anyone finding their levels to play this now when there's nothing to look left on? Yeah, even on the hourly, there's nothing up here. But all those people that are trading whatever, all the blocks, whatever you want to call them, they're not there for them now, are they? And yet this, you know, still plays out. And each one of these swings, right? Each one of these swings where there's nothing to look left on, you can take the spread and say, where am I going? And like each time. So there's a 2 up there, but each one of these is going to give you that kind of benchmark to work from. Which means, you know, don't get into your breakout. And look at the volume that comes in when you break out of there. You can't argue that, and it happens every time. But this one's a smaller one. But it takes you kind of to here. But look, as you break out, there it is. It comes in and you get there. Just taking the meat of that move between the benchmark. Don't need any benchmark 2 on these guys. Just looking for benchmark 1s. You play that level. There you go again. Look at the move as you come out of that manipulation zone. That's what I'm talking about. It's like that's the business right there, that candle, and it captures that candle every time. You don't need to look left to play that. Similarly, you don't have to look left to play the lows. And these, like this low, that low, it comes in. Just need to zoom in a bit. It's like still there. Yeah, one there or there. Then just bring it across. You bring it across to the most recent one. Pull it up. That's where you're going to play that trade to come out of. In and out. As that liquidity comes in, boom. Every day, every session. But yeah, I don't know. At the minute, it's just, don't tell me GRRR's taking a drop now. Come on. Yeah, at the minute, I've just got, I need to execute more of what I'm seeing. I'm just finding it difficult. I'm seeing too much. I'm drawing too much. And it's like, yeah, I get it. That worked. But executing them all, certainly risk-wise, I can't put them all on. And just as a case of eyes everywhere, right? You can't just put a million trades on. But I do think I need to get more involved in these limit order plays. And just having the confidence that, like, especially at this kind of time of day, the last hour or so, and you're just like putting a limit order at each of these areas. Look, that one in there, 107, it's back up at 112. I mean, still tight, right? But if this is a $2-3 stock, then you're getting 20 cents out of each of the plays. Whereas I'm here trying to pick this top, right? I'm here trying to play the benchmark and get that ideal trade, and that's just taken forever today on this stock. Which probably means it's going up to that 180 area, or 165. But yeah, these are definitely limit orderable. Whether you get it or not is neither here nor there. And sometimes that's the play. So I didn't come down to get the liquidity. Let's run off. So see that ring I said around, that's the play. If you get that candle that closes above here, that's the long trade. Because if you took that swing there and took it to that, just busted down there and closed within it, it is just quite, it's actually there, right? That's what it says. So right now that's held, so we could still be going to the upside because each one of those best execution prices downstairs is holding. So now, even though they've got in, if we are playing upside, that could be the better trade for them to take, is if you could actually get a close above that candle. You've got less chance of getting stopped out because we took the liquidity from the pool that was sitting below it. We haven't done that here or here. Yeah, I still haven't covered that play. I still haven't covered that play. I need to close BRTX, close GRR, and walk away. Look, I should have covered this here. It's telling me what to do. It's probably going to come down here and grab this. It's Friday's action still in my mind. What's the difference between DCFC and ATR? I played ATRA. Here. Oh, but sorry, short side. So it was a kind of a second day play. So it had a fuzzy dealer's spread at the bottom where you have to draw it twice. It wasn't totally clear, but I mean, now when we see what happened, it's easy to say, but in real time both are from a simple point of view similar. I tried ATRA long and I failed to try it. So we're talking pre-market this morning. Yeah, we're talking long. How do you get long in this? Oh, actually, that's post-market. So the pre-market, it was on. Yeah, so it was on the scanner at pre-market at 4 a.m. So where are we looking? Right, so it was on the scanner about it. There's kind of no room to get in here, mate, to be honest with you. If you went on the 1 minute on this, I'm waiting for the short on this play and this one here. Either of these ones are good to the short side, but I understand that's not what you're playing. But this benchmark was already in here from yesterday. So when this pops up on my scanner this morning, I'm aware there's a higher level. Okay, I'm aware there's a high level. That's on the daily. I'm still looking at the session level, and that session. But why is this one short and the others are not? So I didn't. What was the other one? Let me just pull that up again. DT. So for me, DTRC was a lot. I think you're looking for longs. I look for the shorts. But in the pre-market, sure, was it DTRC? DCFC. There was DCFC. DCFC. So the previous one we looked at, DFC, you wouldn't get short there right away. No, I wouldn't get short there right away because right, so that's today, right? So as this opens, right? There's a reason. So the job for me is to find out where the perk was, the most pretty much the most recent perk. If I'm looking at session, if I'm looking at the daily, and it looks, and I can see some spread at the bottom, so I can see a range that works. Whereas I don't know what we had; it was just off, right? I think we didn't have any, yeah, right. So I didn't have anything on the daily here. So all I'm looking to do is play this for the session. So literally I'm looking at a 1 minute chart, 2 minute chart, and trying to identify where the most recent, so from the, either from the close or from yesterday's lows, where this is going to play. So for me, my spread that I'm working on, right, which is dictating, so it's a bit bigger, right, but it's down here, right? So this is the information I'm using to work out where I want to get in. And I'm using just simply the lows to kind of mid highs, but I kind of, it's here or hereabouts, but I don't worry too much about it. So it's the close, it's the high. Sometimes it's wishy-washy. I could pull it over here and say, yeah, that I like that more than I like that spike, for instance. It's more consistent, but whichever, it doesn't matter. You could pull that high, pull that actual low from yesterday, because this is a volume perk, right? That's a volume perk. So to me, that means something. So if this pops up on my scanner today, all I want to know is, did it break out? Did it break out of this zone? And the answer immediately is yes. And I'm only really looking for 20 cents max on this. There will be a level above there. But like I say, it doesn't benchmark 1 or benchmark 2 doesn't matter, because it depends on the spread. Or I could take the smaller spread and it would be benchmark 2, right? So if I said, right, I'm not liking that, that's just too wishy-washy, I'll go, right, well, my clear range is this whole red box. So I can take the whole red box and say, right, that's what I like. That, to me, visually, that's more appealing than that spiky. And then that's where you get your, yes, it is smaller, but that's where your benchmark 2 can come into play. So, excuse me. So that's all I'm saying is, I have a level here that I'm not allowed to get involved in unless it breaks. And then I have a level here to target, and I have a level here to target. That's kind of it. All right. And I'm kind of nervous or looking for short. I'm nervous to short this one. I like to short this one if I can get a pullback to the zone. So why I would look for a long at 4 a.m. on this one is because I've just broken out of this line. It's gone up to the next one. It pulled back to a liquidity pool. I will long 14, and I'm targeting 20. That's it. That's all I'm looking for at that. But as soon but like you say, it's very hard to catch these. Sometimes you don't get the pullback. It just goes open, and in 2 candles it's done and you can't catch it. But the short, you generally can catch pre-market. And that's where I just draw the liquidity pool in. So that's what I'm looking to short at that point. And like I say, they're all liquidity pool. Each of these on tick charts will work. Each of them, you just drag it down and you end up with them all hitting. Right, didn't ATR spoke back to a buy zone liquidity pool? ATRA this morning. Right, so if I ignore everything else that I drawed in previously, but this again was there from a previous day. So yesterday I spiked up to a benchmark. I had 2 sitting here and it failed. So today my initial thing is, what would keep this in play? And I would say this pull here, right? So that would be it. But still, the move happened after market, right? The move happened after market on RTO. When I come back here and look for that spread, which I find here, I'm already at that benchmark. Yes, there's one above, but I have 2 sitting here. So when I come to the market this morning, I'm already in benchmark. So if I thought it was going to go to the one smack in the middle here, I could say, yeah, I'm looking for the 4 a.m. pullback, right? So we're here and I go there, and this could be my trade. but I know I'm running into straight into a benchmark, so I wouldn't play it. I haven't got the room. For me, this was a post-market trade that ended up being a pre-market finish, and therefore I'm looking to sell at 134, I do believe. Yeah. So there's a touch in there, 134 down to 120, and that was finished. And then these levels are confirmed by the liquidity switcher. So yeah, like I said, it depends. That manipulation zone, you have to look back for the manipulation zone to get the spread. The spread then looks forward. But yeah, that's pretty much though just using the tool, right? It's like it doesn't need. I think, like I say, if you need to know every detail, then that's kind of all right. What I'm saying is, you know, find that initial range and pull the low to the height, and then just draw over those rectangles and take the middle of the move. Take the trade from the middle of the move. Or don't do that and just look at the last, like the biggest swing of the session and the smaller swings of the session, and join in on the trend ones. That's the best way to kind of do it. Because even if, like, there's no range on this stock, but it's kind, you can see what way it's going, and it's just a case of, well, which one can I get into? And you just keep drawing them down until one gives you a play. You know, one comes back to it, and if it doesn't hit, you don't get in. But these are tight. As I say, when you're ranging between, like, I can't trade these between 30 cents and 36 cents. It's like not doable for me, which is why I like the Nasdaq dollarish plays, because generally I'm looking for these Nasdaqs to go from around about $1.50 to something that keeps them in the Nasdaq. So let me think. Like, so I mean, this is a good idea, right? I mean, this is a good play for it. So at the moment, ATRA at this point in time will be delisted because it's been sitting at 60 cents, under $1 for ages, over 180 days. Therefore, it's going to get delisted. Now, if the owners of the company and the liquidity providers that they employ want to stay listed, then they need to get it above $1 and stay above $1. It's not enough to just spike it above $1 for a day and come back down. They have to stay above $1. Now, if I look at this, what's happened here on ATRA. So yeah, we broke out of what was a dead manipulation zone down here. Yeah, and if I drew them in, there would be liquidity pool buys in there. We broke out of it, and when we break out of it, within a day or two, I'm expecting the run, and I expect it to appear on everybody's scanners. Difference is, I've got an idea it's going to stop around 140, 150. Now, for the day or the session. Now, I've got levels up here at 280. Now, bearing in mind stock rests after the whole swing, right? So we take it from its lows to its highs, and the stock is likely to rest long term for a small cap between 80 cents and the $1. Well, that ain't good enough. So, like, for this stock, that's not good enough. Which makes me think that this buy liquidity, which is, this one's negated officially, will hold. So this one should hold if we need to come back to it. But what we do know is I keep tracking it, right? So we didn't need this level of liquidity. I'll pull every swing until, do we need this one? Yes, we needed this one. So we tapped into this one. I now expect I'm fine with it coming back in and tapping all three, but I expect it to continue up from this point. I'll always draw downside, but I expect downside to be broken. The reason is because this stock will need to get up to 280 in order for its resting point, right? Now let's just assume, let's draw this in a little bit. So take it from these lows down here, and let's say we get price action come along. It's going to take us up, not easily, not necessarily very aggressive, but at some point we're going to make our way up to 270. Right, so let's say that actually happens. Now, if I take this low, or maybe even this low, but let's go with what we started with, as we bring that up. So now, if I come up to these levels, or spike above or higher, whichever we spike above, or go more aggressive, it's going to be higher. Okay, but if we take this amount of time to do it, it's going to rest here. All right, so it's going to rest between 114 and 160. It will like it there. It will stay there. And it will stay there long enough so that they keep listed on the exchange. If they just run to 154, their resting point is below $1, and that will not keep them listed. It will just be a spike above, and it's not enough. So that's why I always, have that context, which you can't really do with OTCs because they're not listed on the NASDAQ, but they have their own rules, but they're not nearly as strict. So yeah, it's that's my thesis, is like I expect the lower level benchmarks to play out, and there's an opportunity there, as there was here and there was here today. At some point I want these buy benchmarks to hold, curl up, and if it starts hitting the tape again tomorrow or the day after, when I say the tape I mean the scanners, if you then start see it pumping, then I'm like, right, good, pullback, that's going to take me to 270. Then I believe it's job done. Then I believe it can tank down to $2, and I'll be looking to get out of 166 because somewhere around here it's going to rest. Sorry, man, that's maybe a bit too much information, but that's kind of, that's the business. It's not just about the math, it is about the business. No worries, my man. No worries. Yeah, that's why when you always kind of think, when we're looking at 30-cent stocks, I'm like, yeah, OTCs or ARCA stocks, I'm like, yeah, it's not quite my thing. I'm looking for that. I'm looking, like, not only do we have news catalysts, I've got the catalyst that these stocks need to stay above $1 minimum. But news catalysts are always good too. All right. We got so GRR coming into this level again after playing that better retail trade. Yep, there's the better retail trade right there. The one I circled there. As soon as you get a close above there, they're coming in. And yeah, whether or not they get grief at this liquidity pool or not, that is a decent level to be in. That's a decent trade there from 110 to 120. Makes sense to me. Aligned with the liquidity pool spike. And 165 sitting above, isn't it? Yeah, 165 sitting above. You could make a run for now. Haven't heard GRR on the tape for a while. Camp's been showing up. BRTX is spiking a little bit. Fun. That's the third liquidity pool taken out, exactly. 121. We'll see what GRR does now. I'm still holding GRR. I've no idea. Fun. Yep, so still working that kind of the first levels of that liquidity pool there. What have we got above it? Anything? Oh, this is the 30 40 cent play, isn't it? Topping out. I'm taking that spread from yesterday. Pick them lows. We are above. We are keeping above the backside of that. We are keeping above the back. So what are we looking at here? All we can identify here is that, and you don't need this, right? The moving averages are doing it for you, but this is where the pools are. So this one here, just move it along. When that one works, move it to the next one. A little steeper. This one got broken to the downside, but the lower one here, no, okay, no, yeah, it's because this lower one got taken out at all three levels. Okay, so that's why I leave them drawn in, so that you know that the two all three are taken out. This one, we come in and take that out, close above, just keep drawing them along. That one there, come in. This one here, we can come in, just keep pulling them up, and if it doesn't come back to it, just keep going with it, take it to the high. When it comes in, it comes out, you go again. And even to the most recent one, these two, yeah, that one would have worked out, and this one again, still upside. So it's upside scalps all day if that's your thing on, but it's like within a 2 cents range or 3 cents range. So yeah, if you were to take today's spread from the lows, oh, BTRX is playing out. That's a push. Let me look at that. Right, yeah, from here, it benchmark one. First into benchmark one. Again, option to short, but it's kind of 3 cents, so it's not my kind of bag. But the ultimate 45 could be up there at the top of the range. The benchmark 2 is at the top of the liquidation. All right, okay. So we blew it. We come back to the backside of it. Does the volume come in all the way enough to 382 on this? Who knows? No other levels for me right now. You could double top retail shorts would have this level. But yeah, depends whether you can hold the backside and run off. If I'm taking the lows of this spread, we would have just broken out. So yeah, so either 360 into where retail would attempt to hit the limit orders and short, or 4, and that is my target for the liquidity pool. To be honest, I didn't think it was going to wake up. What's GRR doing? Yeah, so I need GRR to actually decide for itself that 128 was the high of the day, and it doesn't want to go and get 165. Not convinced it won't. And that BRTX is not happy with resting at 330, and that it wants to go for retail shorts, give them their trade, or up to that 380 area. But it'd be nice if they kept shouting on the tape to me right now. Come on. Can we get you back on this tape? Oh, scanner's gone. Give me a shout if those scanners drop, because my scanner keeps shutting itself down. I think I need to do a reinstall, uninstall, reinstall. I may have accepted their beta testing. That's probably the issue. GRRR's getting money flow. What time was that? Let's see what we can get. No worries, Keto. Thank you as well. Long stretch for you today, my man. Long stretch for you. But yeah, enjoy your evening. Oh yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. In fact, come on, BTRX, push. It's a pop that we want. It's a high volume pop that we want now, because really, there's no point in doing this unless. Oh. Don't want to tune incorrect. I'm gonna ignore it. Don't want to say I'm in a liquidity pool there. What was that? Can't be that, surely. No. I'm taking it off my chart, because whatever it is I draw, I don't want it to interfere with this spike we're going to have to at least 358. Come on, just don't play it out. Just go. Look, so we want it to go because the liquidity pulls down here, and I don't want it coming back below this level. It doesn't make sense to do this run. Oh, you get a little dose of that, did you, Wilson? Yes, as I say, similar play, right, to what we've done on Friday with IMBS. Broke that level. Sometimes it can really go, but you know, depends what you're looking for. I know you like a 10 cents or 15 cents and you're good. And I want the pull to pull, right? I really want that 329. Oh, have you just broke this upside though? What's my entry? Yeah, 292. I'm in 292 on BTRX. I mean, there's no reason we should need that pull down there. There we go. Come on now. Come on now. Money flow's coming back into BRTX. Oh, and MOR's getting some. Okay, no worries, my man. Come on, don't stop at that. I hung around this long. I didn't close you out for this long. I want this to just needs a ping now. GRR. $112. GRR. I feel like I've been on the wrong side of it all day, but it's just not enough to not be close outable for me. I'm just like, how can you be on the wrong side for so long? I mean, can't be that much to the wrong side because it hasn't gone much higher, but it is like it's one of those. You close it out, finish up for the day, and it literally tanks to the lows. Which, all right, is only about what, 55 cents away. But still, the principle. It's the principle that my 2 sell side liquidity pools actually started to work in this whole lot of chop. I just need a massive candle down right now. That would be the context of my play. But BTRX, it's the opposite. BTRX, I do want it to get up to 350 or 380. Give it a little bit. Have you ever felt like you're trapped between 2 liquidity pools? That's been my afternoon. It's been my afternoon. Come on, BRTX, hit the tape. Tell me now. Not BTRX, I want. Little bit of BTRX on my mind. Oh, here we go. Come on then, boy. Here we go. Come on, keep on, keep on, keep on. Go on. Bring them shorts in. You know those shorts want 360. And I'll take it off at 360 because I know they're there. So how about that? I will take it off at 360. Come on. 358 then. I'll take it off at 358. 358. I will take it off. Even if it goes to 380, I'll take it off at 358. Don't run out of steam now. Oh my scanner. I am gonna... Oh my god. That scanner keeps closed. I'm having word. Okay. Never mind. I can still see the price action. I just can't hear the money flow. 354. 354. I can say it for you. BTRX, BTRX, BTRX. Right. Jeez. Oh no, not for a matter of 3 cents. Not for 3 cents. Come on, right? Okay. GRRR. No, that's my short. I want you to start running. I want to close you out, break even. Oh, go on. Give me at least 350. You can't have filled them shorts yet at 354. They'd love a spike. They love a spike. If you take it at 374, they would short. Oh, I'm staying with. I'm staying with. Relax. Yeah, I get you. I mean, so do I. But it's kind of between. Where did I get in one? 292. Yeah, I mean, yeah, target one. I could have taken some off here. But the more the more, like I said, if I'm on the wrong side of the pools and all these pools haven't held, I haven't even drawn them in, but all these have held this afternoon. So it's like, well, there's no point in doing that if you're going to be an all-day fader. So that suggests that you are going up to the 383. But like I said, but you're going to have short sellers right here. I know it. Surely going to short the come on, BRTX. There we go. Come on. Come on, be nice. Be nice. So I promised I'd take it over 58. 55. When I say promise. Oh, there we go. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There's the shorts, isn't it? There's the shorts, isn't it? I'm out. I'm out. I don't like being out of it though. Where are the shorts? Because this is not my level, right? This is, I'm anticipating shorts at this level. My level's up here at 380. But I did promise BTRX I would take it off at 58. And it gave it. So it's done. It's done. Well, you can't say fairer than that, but I do think this is going to grind up to 380 and leave them shorts stopping if they're a little bit scared of anything higher. We can't say fairer than that. Right, where's GRRR? Do I do a deal with GRR? What's my price at GRR? I just feel like, what, 95? I mean, really? That's gonna. I bet that's a post-market play. Starts dumping down. Right, what's on the table on BRTX? Have we got any short sellers at this level? I want some retail shorts. No, funnily enough, they're at 368. What's that high over there? 365. Well, they're being cheeky. They want a bit of best execution. Well, sitting up here ready to short. So I'll close the stream down now. It looks like I've done the right thing. I got out of 58. But the point is, my thesis is 82. At least. Oh, but we have been no. I think I've done all right there. Done all right there on that trade. 292 to 358. I do have to wrap this up. The question is, do I close GRRR? Wilson, what do you think? Should I close GRRR What do you think? There we got on there. Shall I do a poll? I've done a poll earlier. I got one reply. It says, which right, drop from 105 or push to 115 and then drop. GRR. So it's 115 stroke 120. So push to 126 and then drop. So right now the poll's right. But the idea was when we said drop, we was thinking at that time run and drop. And that, I don't want to look at BRT. That better still be at 350. It still is at 350. It's still at 350, isn't it? And that volume, they must be absorbing, right? Because it's not going anywhere. FMMP. Oh, this is like power hour getting silly now. People just closing out their positions. So that moves up to there, that liquidity pool. They're both valid because we didn't get this one. Just gets a little bit wider. So do they need to come down and get 330 before they get 380? Yes, that could be what they're doing. Shorts will get paid because I like this area to short for retail. Doesn't mean it's an all-day fader yet, though. We haven't got much of the day to fade, to be fair. So here we go. It's 111 on GRRR. My opening price was 112. That's what I got out of 358, you see? Because now it's 10 cents lower. So more. I will have a look at more because it's been shouting a few times today. I thought I marked something up on more, didn't I? No. More is gone to the moon. Of course, sleeping on the job with more. Right, this really is a scratch trade now on GRR. It's just going to, if I move these out of the way, right, and just pretend they're not there, it can just dump all the way through if you wanted. I'll even draw, I'll draw its path. No pullbacks from here down. Right click, path finished. That's it. I won't be greedy. I'll move it to there. 85. Look, that trade. Scanner's gone again. Got BRTX. Nice cut. Nice close on BRTX. GRR. Where is the liquidity pool from this high to this low? Shizzle. I'll put my stop up at 18 perhaps. What have I got here? Good GRR, just come on, stop messing about. Can't do it. Right, gonna give it. See, even using my, I feel like it's using my stair steppers down now. You see. Let's go in with. Make the decision to put my stop. No, I'm going to make the decision to hit the close button. There it is. GRR, you held out long enough for me to close my short. There it is. There it is. You got me. You got me. Ah, dear. Still, it's been a good day. Nice trade on camp. That was the money on camp today for me. Sleeping on the job with what was it? MO. MOR, that's right. My bad. That was a terrible miss, but what can you do? Looking at a lot of stocks today. Still getting the hang of that live streaming and analysis and executing at the same time. But I'm sure I'll get the hang of it and get myself into better plays. But for today, I think I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it a day. So I want to say thank you to Abby, Deck, Hanish, Jomar, myself, Lone, Taquito, Wilson, Ambo, Caveman. Let's make that a little bit bigger. I'll see if there's a Caveman. Yes, so Amber Core, Caveman, Jeffrey, Media, and Zachariah. And I will be here tomorrow for pre-market. So I will see you all then. So thank you for popping into my live stream today, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks, Anish. Cheers, my man. Cheers, Wilson. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow.